Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551 Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, January 15th, 2026 at 6:02 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at Austin ISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum S-Down broadband and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Up first is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing during an information session directly to the school board. We have time for up to 60 speakers, and we also provide time during regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration and vote during those meetings. This is an opportunity for the board to take part in listening to our community. While we wish we could respond or provide feedback, the Texas Open Meetings Act does not authorize the board to discuss or act on comments or complaints from members of the public if the subject is not on the meeting agenda. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public comment portion of our meeting called a dedicated Austin ISD phone line to sign up or speak in person or audio record their remarks. Tonight we have 4 people who signed up to speak in person, and we have 12 people who left a recorded message. We'll start with in-person testimony. Each speaker will be allotted 1 minute to provide as much opportunity as possible for input within a limited time period. No substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. And callers who signed up to speak in person are welcome to come to the microphone when your name is called. As you come to the microphone, you'll see a button to turn it on. Please press that, and a device will light up as you move through your minute of allotted time. When the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in 1 sentence so we can hear from the next person. We ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference any staff member by position or abbreviated last name. And we ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others at all times. Our 4 in-person speakers for tonight are Brenda Malik, Barbara Spears Corbett, Uenia Gaines, and Cheryl Bradley. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm looking at the posters that are up on your board, and they're really heartwarming, thanking you for your service, because we need you and we appreciate you. But I have a grievance. My name is Brenda Malik, and as a graduate of Elsie Anderson Yellow Jackets, and a resident of the historic Rogers, Washington Holy Cross Neighborhood District, I'm deeply concerned that AISD has breached a promise with my community concerning the use of the historic Yellow Jacket Stadium and field. Now, despite hours of coming to a clear, mutually executed agreement affirming that the stadium and field is a district facility and has established policies for access, scheduling, and operations, AISD administration has chosen not to honor those obligations. And once again, with everything that's before you, AISD disrespects my community by doing that. They continue a troubling pattern of inequitable treatment and exclusion that dates back decades. The alumni and community are prepared to pursue all available avenues to protect the rights and legacy of the Yellow Jackets. This just needs to stop. We just don't have time for this. Don't let this be a problem. Put this on agenda so we can stop it. Thank you.
Small group, right? It's been a moment since I've been before the mic, so the green button I'm ready, okay? I'm Barbara Spears Corbett, representing the original L.C. Anderson Alumni Association and community. We are deeply concerned that the joint agreements with AISD regarding the management and use of the historic Yellow Jacket Stadium has been breached by AISD administration. Despite the mutually executed agreements affirming that the stadium is a district facility governed by established policies and department responsibilities, the administration has chosen not to honor this. This decision has deepened the long-standing mistrust and reinforced concerns about the district's disregard for the communities they serve. We have reached out to the administration for answers to this decision and its direct conflict with the approved agreements. No response. With everything that's before you, everything that's on the agenda, it is important to the association and the community that we resolve this matter. But it is also incumbent upon us to pursue all available assistance and resources to protect the rights and legacy of the L.C. Anderson Yellow Jacket community and alumni. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eugenia Gaines, and I'm an old timer. I am a graduate of L.C. Anderson in 1957. And I'm here to just express some of our concerns about what's going on with our school. The Yellow Jacket Stadium is one of the oldest African-American historic track and field stadiums in Texas. By designating the stadium a central facility in January 2020, initiated the fulfillment of the commitment to the community. It's disheartening to see that, again, AISD has breached this agreement, and is this going to be the case of another broken promise? Myself, along with other alumni, concerned about the things that are happening. We fought long and hard to get where we are right now, and all the steps that we've made, all the things that we've done. We fought for the bond, we fought for all these things, and now they're willing to take them away. We pray that the decision makers will look again at this agreement and not let this be another case of a broken agreement and a broken promise. Thank you.
Hello, Board. And first of all, I want to thank you for your service, knowing how difficult it is to sit in those seats. I have to admire you because you've taken all kinds of criticism, knowing that you are facing some dire consequences. But I'm here to ask for some community engagement as you begin the conversations about Blackshear and Oak Springs. And when I'm saying that, I mean authentic community engagement, not as it is defined by the Austin ISD, but how it is defined by our communities on what it is we want to say, what it is we want to hear. But I'm asking that you consider that before you make a vote on Blackshear and Oak Springs and what happens in the future with Blackshear. You want to ensure that we do not have this going on, because this district has a real trust issue right now, and you know it. And you have broken an agreement that probably some of you didn't even know existed. But it does. So again, I'm going to ask for authentic engagement before a vote is made on Blackshear, and that you are listening, and that you are taking into consideration what you are hearing. And again, I have to say I admire all of you because you are doing God's work.
Thank you to all of our in-person speakers for being here with us and for your comments. And we will now play recorded messages for public comments, so please listen carefully.
My name is Lisa Flores. I'm a parent. I'm asking the board tonight to require honest, comprehensive reporting of all exclusionary discipline, including shadow discipline that never appears in the numbers you're shown. Research documents that students are routinely removed from instruction, kept in offices, hallways, or sent home early or denied access without these removals being coded as discipline, which hides the true impact on student learning. In this district, there are students who are marked present for attendance, then spend hours in offices, walking the halls, or called for pickup with zero documentation. It's routine. Staff at one of the campuses, formerly led by a current presenter, has confirmed that these informal removals were used and not consistently reported, which means the board has previously been given an incomplete picture of school climate and safety at that campus. When these practices go unreported, the discipline presentation you see dramatically understates the real loss of instructional time for our most vulnerable students. I'm asking the trustees to direct the administration to define shadow discipline in policy, require documentation of every exclusion from class, and bring back a public report that includes that data so your decisions are based on reality rather than underreported numbers from a source that previously engaged in this.
Superintendent update, no to third teacher on 1882. I support Whitley Chu remaining as a board officer. I don't support retaliation for KWC speaking out. Shame. Please provide an update on moving ALC north or central. Seeing a coffee cart presented as a transition services solution is disappointing. We need high expectations for students with disabilities. This is so hard to see because it's widespread in AISD. Students aren't taught to read and life skills. We are not consistently teaching students with disabilities how to read, write, and do math. Yet we invest resources in coffee carts. It is offensive. People disabled or not may choose to serve coffee, but it is often the only option for this population. It should not be the feel-good idea. When foundational academics are being neglected, our students deserve better. In the same vein, addressing disciplinary practices, exclusions, and removals, the data shows disparities for Black, Brown, and economically disadvantaged. We have shadow discipline alive and well. Students are checking in, being counted present for attendance dollars, and then removed to the hallway or to the office or being asked to pick up by their parents. It's not documented anywhere. I'm asking the district to do better, invest in an 18 and over vocational.
Hello, my name is Lily McClure, and I'm a parent at Hill Elementary. I'm calling regarding agenda item 9.2. I want to speak to the board's role in financial oversight in alignment with voter intent. Voters approved a full modernization of Hill Elementary, yet a district budgeting error later revealed insufficient funding to deliver what was promised. The current plan would demolish and rebuild only about half the school, delivering a reduced scope now while deferring the remainder to a future bond with no clear funding path. As a result, Hill is being asked to bear the burden of a district error through extended construction and ongoing disruption, while still receiving less than what voters approved. I'm asking the board to engage directly on the funding responsibility, to clearly articulate how the district intends to ensure that the full modernization approved by voters is ultimately funded and delivered, including how Hill will be prioritized if that funding must come through a future bond. Addressing this now is essential to responsible governance, sound stewardship of public funds, and maintaining trust of families and voters. Thank you for your time and leadership.
This is Patrick Rosenthal. I wanted to give a shout out to ATX 116 for organizing around issues that truly matter district-wide. I'm here to ask for greater transparency and earlier communication around our turnaround plan schools. Specifically, the board and the public should receive map growth beginning of the year to middle of the year data for all campuses. At a minimum, that includes English reading, Spanish reading, math for every TAP elementary school, as well as BOY to MOY data for middle school and high schools. Too often, our communities receive critical information only right before a drastic change is announced, when it feels like the decisions are already made and nothing can be done. Bring the community in earlier. Share the data. Let's plan together. I also wanted to sincerely thank every board member for the accessibility we have at AISD. I have been able to send text messages with the board president. I have met with other trustees out of my district. Thank you so much for all of you've done over the last 6 months to a year to be accessible, and I look forward to meeting with you in the future.
Hi, I'm a Hill Elementary parent calling about the construction services for Hill. We are grateful and appreciative that we have the opportunity to upgrade our building. However, we are hoping that we can wait until the full modernization can be completed at once, as voters approved in 2022. The community voted for a complete modernization, and the halfway modernization feels like it's not a great use of district funds. There's a community meeting scheduled for February 4th, and we're respectfully asking that no decisions can be made before that meeting so that community feedback can be heard. We're hoping that this process continues to instill voter confidence in AISD for future bonds, and we really appreciate your time and consideration. Have a great day.
Letitia Anderson, parent. Superintendent and trustees, we are entering another school year without a clear leader for academics. That gap has real consequences. Academic drives student outcomes, accountability ratings, and public trust. When no one owns this work, our most vulnerable students pay the price first. Austin ISD cannot afford this risk. Prolonged instability and academic leadership moves the district closer to state intervention. The data are clear. Districts without consistent academic direction struggle to improve achievement and compliance. The Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Schools is already doing this work. She is confident, she is capable, she leads with courage, she seeks feedback, receives it openly, and converts it into measurable action. That is effective leadership. That is what this moment requires. This message is to support the Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Schools to formally lead academics. Students need clarity, staff need direction, and the district needs stability now. Thank you.
Hey, y'all, I'm Daphne Hofbacker, an AISD mom and a longtime public education advocate. If you read the articles I recommended at last month's meeting, you know the Texas Education Agency Commissioner is a Christian nationalist with no education experience. He was plucked from the Dallas School Board where he had been elected to cut taxes. At a House Public Education Committee hearing in February 2025, when asked his views on diversity, equity, and inclusion, this commissioner replied, and I quote, "It's discrimination against white people and others." He also famously said, "Teaching without testing is just talking." Does this match your educational views? This is important because, as we know in our schools and district, leadership sets the tone. We need everyone to work together to get them out of this district. And then I'm asking you to dream with me of a Texas in which the person appointed to lead our education system is an educator with a very different tone. February 2nd is your last day to register to vote. Please do.
Hello, my name is Matt Johnson, and I'm a parent at Hill Elementary School. I'm calling with concerns about the current plan to advance Hill as a partial Phase 2 project under the 2022 bond. Voters approved this bond with the expectation that projects would be complete and not dependent on uncertain future elections. Proceeding without a fully funded and finalized scope raises serious questions about voter intent, transparency, and bond oversight. I'm asking the board to clearly explain how funding reallocations or other remediation options can be explored within the current Phase 2 iteration to close the funding gap, rather than deferring essential components to a future bond that may never pass. Finally, campus security must be part of this discussion. We need to make sure a secure campus requires an integrated permanent design, not interim measures that assume future phases. I urge the board to engage the Hill community here, and thank you for your time and service.
My name is Justin Gesh, and I'm a parent of 2 children at Hill Elementary. I'm speaking today on Agenda Item 9.2. As you know, the proposed CMAR agreement only funds a partial modernization of Hill Elementary, with a third phase deferred to a future bond in order to deliver the full scope as promised to voters in 2022. According to the ASD construction team, Hill's shortfall is unique in that it resulted from a planning miscalculation and not inflation. Hill's facilities are in urgent need of modernization to meet both practical needs and today's academic standards. Construction is inherently disruptive to student safety and learning, and it's in everyone's interest to minimize disruption by completing the work as efficiently as possible. We respectfully ask the board to consider reallocating any available 2022 bond funds to advance completion of this project and to formally commit through board resolution to prioritizing the final phase in a future bond. We also request greater transparency and collaborative problem solving with the Hill community as this process moves forward. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, trustees. My name is Kara Johnson, and I'm a parent of a 3rd grader at Hill Elementary. I'm calling regarding Agenda Item 9.2 and the decision to move forward with the CMR for Hill. Hill was approved by voters as a Phase 2 of 2 full modernization. What is now proposed is a phase 2 of 3 plan that leaves essential scope unfunded and relies on a future bond that may never happen. Once a contractor is authorized, it becomes very difficult to unwind this outcome, which is why board direction now matters. Before proceeding, I respectfully ask that you place conditions on this item to acknowledge the scale and impact of the budgeting shortfall. Secondly, to direct staff to find creative solutions to make right on the budget error now before construction begins. And finally, at a minimum, require clear communication with the Hill community about scope and timelines. These steps are critical to honoring voter intent and ensuring current and future Hill students will not have to face long-term consequences due to an inadequate plan. Thank you very much for your time and service.
Yes, hi, this is Michelle Polacic calling from Hill Elementary, a parent calling to talk to you about the bond for us that is short, $43 million. I'm just hoping that we can help focus areas in voter intent, transparency, and oversight, that there's clear engagement and communication of what the next steps are, and how the board plans to address the funding gap, including future bond prioritization if needed, since we were $43 million in deficit, and how they plan, if they're moving forward with construction, to fill that gap. And then also a creative problem solving that avoids unnecessary delay or cost escalation. I would appreciate that all of these focus areas are talked about, and we address the issue of the funding gap and how we move forward from there. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Liz Neff. My family's been a part of Austin ISD for many, many years, and Hill Elementary has been a truly special community for us. Our youngest is in his last year at Hill, but we will always care deeply about the school's future because it has shaped our family in lasting ways. I'm speaking on agenda item 9.2 regarding financial oversight and voter intent. Voters approved a full modernization of Hill. Later, a district budgeting error revealed that there isn't enough funding to deliver what was promised. And unfortunately, this was not transparent from the beginning. The current proposal would rebuild only half of the school, leaving the students, teachers, and administrators to endure extended construction and ongoing disruption. The other half would be pushed to a future bond with no clear path to funding. Our neighborhood would live with a half-finished campus for years, and Hill would receive less than what voters approved and were promised. I'm asking the board to directly address how the district will fully fund and deliver the complete modernization. We need clarity on how Hill will be prioritized if future bond dollars are required. This is critical for responsible governance, stewardship of public funds, and maintaining trust with families. We simply need transparency.
Thank you to all of our callers and speakers. This concludes our public comment. As a reminder, you're also free to share comments with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. And next up is the president's report. As part of our agreed order with the Texas Education Agency, the board shall, at the first board authorized meeting each month, publicly report by reading into the record the percentage of time invested in student outcomes during the prior 3-month period and the total time spent in closed session during the prior month. The October, November, December 3-month average board meeting time spent on Lone Star Governance-defined student outcomes and special education monitoring was 51.23%. We've exceeded our target of 50%. For the last month, December 2025, we were at 22%. The board spent 322 minutes in executive session in December. And in addition, we need to correct the time spent in executive session in November, which we previously announced was 40 minutes. It should have read 323 minutes. And before we continue with the rest of our meeting, we are going to have a brief closed session. We usually hold this till the end of the meeting, but we're going to do a brief one now, so we will be back shortly. Thank you. We will now recess the open meeting. Do we need to be back recording?
Yes.
We are now back reporting. Thank you. Sorry, that false alarm. We will now recess the open meeting at 6:27 p.m. and move to a brief executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.074 and 551.071. Thank you. Hello, we will now reconvene the open meeting at 7:12 p.m. Thank you for your patience while we were there. I'm sorry that took a while. We're moving on now to our information reports and updates. And Superintendent Segura, will you please introduce our next item?
Yes, President Boswell. I will be providing an update on the turnaround plans for Burnett, Dobie, and Webb middle schools. I have joining me Dr. Amerson, Assistant Superintendent of School Improvement, Dr. Mary Ann Maxwell, Assistant Superintendent of Academics, and Joshua John, Executive Director of Governance, Accountability, and Board Services. Not sure who's going to lead these slides while I go through. All right. Before we get started, if you go back to the first slide, I just want to kind of reinforce, our commitment to ensuring our students get what they need all across the district, but we certainly recognize the urgency in ensuring that the turnaround plans for Dobie, Burnett, and Webb are executed with fidelity, and they have the full support of the organization behind those schools. Prior to the break and since the break, I was able to spend time with staff, and they are working so hard and doing great work. And the reality is, that great work is leading to improvement, and we're excited to share some of that. But we also recognize that there are lots of challenges with, making the types of growth we need in the time period that we have. But did want to take a moment to just honor them because it is a big lift. Our principals, leadership, everybody is aligned in making sure we are successful. And so as a reminder, as we move to the first slide regarding our timeline, there have been different questions and conversations that have taken place regarding the timeline. This timeline was originally set whenever we approved the turnaround plans for Burnett, Webb, and Dobie on June 26 of 2025. What we had committed to was to restart the campuses and have that progress through the fall semester, and at the same time develop and implement an 1882 timeline. And the reason for this was just an acknowledgement of the compression of time, given how 23, 24, and 25 accountability had been released, and the reality that we had to make significant gains in a period of time which is unusual, given how historically the agency had released accountability ratings. And so at that time, we agreed to move forward with the procurement process, which started in September. As you can see here, we received the applications in the November-December timeframe, had conversations with potential partners, and those conversations are ongoing. One of the things that we were very mindful of is that we wanted to make sure that we had an understanding of how our schools have performed or grown, I should say, over the course of the fall semester, and what I'll be sharing in a moment is a reflection of that growth. But we wanted to have that information before we made an informed decision. And I know initially we had proposed December 15th as the deadline, but once we evaluated the assessment calendar, when the middle of year data was going to be available, and when the assessments were going to be administered, that was not an appropriate window. I want to be clear that there have historically been financial incentives for hitting that deadline. That's not the case this year. There isn't necessarily a significant, as far as we can tell, based on our conversations with the agency, financial benefit of hitting that 15th data. So because of that, it was prudent that we evaluated the data, had those conversations with staff, with leadership, with our board, before we moved forward with any exploration of an 1882 partner. And so prior to the break, we began to receive the information from our campuses, and then on the week of the 16th of December, began to review first data from the schools, and now we are going to be sharing some of that information. As we move forward, we are looking, if these are in fact the steps we want to pursue, potential board vote on 1882 contract on January 29th. And that window ultimately does not close until March 31st. But I want to be really clear, we are wanting to submit at the earliest possible date once there's consensus from the board and from the administration that we are going to move in that direction, mainly due to the turnaround time in reviewing the application from the agency, because we do want to ensure that we have a partner that will ultimately be able to benefit from the 1882 partnership, which will allow us to ensure that our students get what they need to be successful and grow. And so you'll see there a range. There's a priority 2 deadline of January 30th. We would look to hit that. The difference between deadline 2 and the final deadline is really a function of just how much information is required to be submitted. Not a huge benefit as far as funding goes, based on what we understand in our continuous conversations with the agency, but wanted to make it clear that in years past that there had been a difference. And so today we'll go through some of the initial, well, I guess we'll go through the middle of year assessments for all Burnett, Webb, and Dobie. Next slide, please. So on slide 3, what this shows are beginning of year and middle of year map growth comparisons. Another way we talk about it here are star projected proficiency. And so we're comparing 2 different school years, 24-25 and 25-26. And so there's a lot happening on this slide, and the next slide will show kind of how it summarizes. But before we go to that slide, what I want to show here is we're looking for patterns. What we're looking to see is growth from 2 points on the same year over year, so middle of year to middle of year growth, or also beginning of year to middle of year. And so this is a kind of a densely worded chart, but it is a transparency regarding the information we have. And I also want to point out that what makes this challenging for us as we develop projections is that many of our schools rely on domain 2A and 3, which heavily rely on growth. And many of our schools also rely on domain 1, which is absolute performance. And the combination of these things ultimately will yield the accountability rating that a school receives or is assigned. For these schools, we are expecting to leverage domain 2A, which is what you would tend to see with schools that are growing and kind of breaking accountability and moving up. And so this is helpful. It's important to know, and it does help us understand where our schools are and how they're growing, but there's more information that shows kind of what that arc of growth looks like. So the next slide actually breaks this down, and you can really see here how that work has translated to points, or percentage points. And so in reading from 24-25, 25-26, the difference of 7.33, math, same timeline, 12.84 for Burnett. And across the board for Burnett, you do see growth, and it's not just kind of marginal growth like a percent or 2, percentage points or 2. They are meaningful and are statistically significant. Same thing is true for Dobie. When you look at year over year, 24-25, 25-26, 14.35 percentage points in reading, 3.73 in math, 8.42 for meets and above for reading, and then 3.89. You do see some downward trends here, ever so slightly. This is going to be helpful as we make adjustments mid-year and support our students moving forward in the spring semester. And then lastly, you see Webb and the performance. Again, all very tight, not the same growth in the other 2 schools, but I also want to note that each one of these schools has its own journey as they navigate their turnaround plans. It was a challenging startup just because of when the TAPs were approved on June 26. And so we've been very close. We've been working with staff, working with our principals. And one thing I want to point out is historically in Austin ISD, this has been true for many, many years. This is a snapshot in time, and a lot of the growth that we see actually occurs in the spring semester. So I think the main takeaway here, which is what you're going to see in the next slide, is that our schools are moving, and they're moving in the right direction. This analysis here, I think, is very helpful because it kind of tells the story of how a school moves from a lower accountability rating to a higher accountability rating and what needs to happen. To orient our families and our community and our board, what this is it's a quadrants. On the x-axis you have like percent performance, and on the y-axis you have growth. And what we have to do is to have significant growth over an extended period of time to then move up the absolute performance scale. And so you can see here where Webb, Burnett, and Dobie were at the beginning of the year, and then you can see to the right where they are, which is high growth, lower achievement. And this is indicative of schools that are growing. One way to think about this is if you have a school, not to say that this is any one of these schools, but you have a school that is perhaps in the 40s, they can have high growth, but that growth may only yield a 52 or a 55. So they have high growth, but their absolute performance hasn't moved along to actually break the accountability chain. And so the arrows there kind of show the arc that we expect. Here in a couple of weeks when we come back and show the constraint progress measure around accountability, we'll be able to see all the schools and the movement. This is indicative of a system that's responding, but again, we have to have significant growth over a relatively short period of time to break the accountability chain. And so we would expect this to continue. We did go back and look at 24 and 23, and again, you kind of see some settling early on in 23, 24, but this year you're really seeing them move as we would expect. So this is very positive. One thing to note, if you look at the 50% percentile for achievement, for growth and achievement, it is possible to get a C and still be under the 50th percentile in performance or absolute performance. And that is a function of the school relying on domain 2A, right? So they're relying on growth. You can also have schools that rely on domain 1 or 1A, which is absolute performance. They don't grow, but they have high achieving students from the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and all the way to the end of the year. And so you would see those all the way on the right, and they'd still be an A, but they are not growing. And so for us, we really want our students to be growing and at a faster rate at schools that need to climb up the accountability chain. So this is the growth for this year, so positive, but again, challenging to do in a short period of time. So obviously positive, and we're excited about the spring semester, but still work to do. Next slide, please. As we've said before, but I think it's important to reinforce is, we partnered with someone named Steady State. They are our technical partner. We identified them as part of our turnaround plan, and what they did was a separate analysis. They used MAP-RIT scores, which really shows a student's individual understanding of different whether it's standards, different criteria within their growth, and they apply that and do an analysis on their own. And so that analysis here shows what these schools have experienced. And so when you look at cohort level change, spring 25 to winter 2025, what you're seeing are a 22-point increase for Burnett, for reading language arts, 28 points for 8th grade. And as you go through the chart, you'll see that there is significant growth. And at the bottom, they stated, independently of Austin ISD, that there's evidence of growth at every campus, especially strong improvement at Burnett and Dobie. But despite significant growth, jumping 2 letter grades. I'll be really, really clear. Every one of these analyses is assuming 2 letter grades because our turnaround plan includes our strategy to achieve a C. And so whenever we talk about this, it's not a D. Our target is a C or better. But based on their independent analysis, they felt as though there was growth, but to get to a C, that would be unlikely. As we move to the next slide, I think it's always important that we talk about some of the limitations we have as we project out accountability. I alluded to this in the timeline, I think, but I think it's important to reinforce. We have a snapshot in time, and we use the data that we have to build out projections, but there are limitations of those projections. I think some of that kind of reinforces why you see growth in the spring semester. Some of it has to do with just the number of students that are moving. But one of the things that is challenging for us to differentiate between are low does not meet and high does not meet. And this is a big opportunity for schools that are similar to Adobe, Burnett, and Webb. If we can move those students, we would gain points and then, obviously move forward and breaking that accountability chain. The other thing that we cannot measure are low approaches to high approaches, low approaches and high approaches. Again, it's not a function of our inability. It's really the data, our ability to assess, taking what we have. We do more than almost any school district, but this is just one of those limitations that we have with how the data is collected. And the other thing is social studies. We don't have a way to assess that in a way that aligns with the domain scores, so we have to rely on historicals, highs and lows, take averages, and then apply that. So that's a big needle mover for us. We've seen that in the past, but in these instances, we have to take conservative estimates for that. And as I said before, traditionally, in Austin ISD campuses have shown accelerated growth throughout the second semester, outperforming projections at the time of middle of year. And I've experienced that in my role here as superintendent, where we've given reports to the board, where we believe schools will end up, and they ultimately out-achieve kind of those projections. So not to say that that is a guarantee, but it is a trend worth noting. And so as we go to the next slide, I think it's important that we reinforce that, we have been working, our campuses have been working, and there is significant growth, but it is unlikely that Burnett, Adobe, and Webb will jump 2 letter grades by this spring, again, which was always the target, and that's what was included in our turnaround plan. As we think about next steps, upon receiving an 1882 benefits application, TA will respond with a letter of approval or request for more information. Their response time is up to 60 days. I believe with our constant communication with TEA, we'll likely have that sooner, but we want to put on there the most conservative timeline. And so we submit by January 31st. March 31st would be the time we would be, that would be the latest that we would get a response. If we submit on March 31st, then it would be May 29th. If an 1882 benefits application is ultimately not approved and the school receives its 5th unacceptable accountability rating, the commissioner shall order the closure of the school or install a board of managers. If a school is approved for 1882 benefits, it will receive an exemption from accountability interventions for 2 years. And just to be clear, that those 2 years would include this year. So it would be 25, 26 would be a pause, 26, 27 would be a pause, and 27, 28 would be the year that we would have to make it by. Now, I think we would make it before then, but that's the way that the timeline would work. And just so our community knows and our board it knows, we have been in constant communication with the agency, strategizing around ideas, things that can be explored to ensure that when we submit an application, which we will, it is the strongest application possible. And next steps, TA will, I think I've already said, there's another next steps. If you don't go to the next. I did receive some emails regarding middle of year data for all of our campuses. Our families get their students' raw data quicker than we can get it as a district, and then distill it down, analyze it, and then provide it back to our campuses. We've expedited the process, but right now we have releasing our middle of year results to all of our campuses today, and then middle of year student data trackers will be available to our campuses tomorrow on the 16th. And again, I want to be really clear, our principals have already been planning and using the data to make adjustments. This is merely, us taking the data, cleaning it, making sure it's not duplicative, and then ensuring that our staff have the tools to build on what they've already been doing the last 2 weeks or week and a half. And then on the upcoming constraint progress measure, we will provide an overview of all the turnaround plans, the middle of year data, and hopefully share some positive work that's been occurring and positive kind of outcomes. The last thing I want to say is 1882s, they come in lots of different shapes in different types of partnerships. I know that we have experienced different types of partnerships here in Austin ISD. There are different models. There are models that retain staff, that make adjustments, that work with the administration to address challenges and move quickly. There are partnerships that embrace, who we are as a school district and leverage, the programs that we know benefit our students and our communities. And that's how we wrote the RFP. So as we move forward, I want to reinforce to our community and to our board that those partners exist, and those, it's not, there just are different types of partnerships, and so I just wanted to make that clear. And so with that, I'll pause for any questions the board may have. I know it's a superintendent's update, which is atypical at an information session, but felt the urgency around providing the update and wanted to make sure our community understood and knew where we were. And I'll continue to provide updates over the course of the spring semester as we move forward.
Thank you all. So we're budgeted for 40 minutes. We're 20 minutes in. We can get through questions. If we still need more time, we can make a choice about that together. So who has a question? Trustee Hunter.
I just want to be clear. You're saying that all of the Boy and Moy data for all of the TAPs will be available to the public on when?
So we would submit it as the backup for the information session. All of our campuses will have all of their data today and tomorrow. So it'll be the information session, which is February 4. It's the information session in February.
Okay, so February 12th?
Is it 12th? Yes.
February 12th.
That's when we present it, but we'll upload it before that.
But it will be uploaded the however many days we're
Correct.
supposed to do before. There's just, from the emails we're receiving and the community, there's a desire to have, for those who really want that, to have all of that information at one time to be able to look across all of the TAP schools. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Trustee Singh.
Thank you. I'm really encouraged by some of the growth that I've seen here, so I know that the team has worked really hard, and I appreciate that. I did have a question on the timeline. You mentioned January 29th, potential board vote on the 1882 contract, and we're now at January 15th. So can you help walk us through like what it would look like if we were to have a board vote? When would you make the recommendation public? And
I think based on the conversation today, and just based on where we are in conversations with potential partners, if we were to target the 31st, we would want to share communication out with our entire district as far as when the timeline would occur. It'd be well over probably a week and a half out before we did that. I don't have the date, but I would anticipate having something go out district-wide before then. I also want to make sure that I talk to our staff and principals and communicate with them before anything goes district-wide. Now, I have had conversations with some of our school campuses. I'm going back next week to just share with them where we are. And so if that was the case, the recommendation would be from the administration sometime probably early next week, and then we would notify the board, notify the community if we were to hit the January 31st deadline. I would want enough time to make sure that it was out there long enough.
okay, and then would we anticipate President Boswell having another meeting before the voting meeting, or just having it all at once? Or
I think that's an important question that we should talk about as trustees, because it is our norm for transparency to preview items, and this would be a major decision that wasn't previewed. And so I think in fairness to our community, a meeting where people had the chance to ask questions, offer comment, have more information, I think could be really valuable to our community. We have precedent for that. So I would love to hear from people right now, if that's coming, how people would feel about that. And with the longer posting timelines, that's a decision. We might want to put something on the calendar. We might want to go ahead and hold something as a just in case. So I welcome input on that from people tonight.
Cool. And then the last question I had was regarding slide number 6. This was steady states analysis, and so I just want to be sure that I'm interpreting this correctly. So when we see, I'm just going to take one data point as an example. So taking the grade 7 Burnett reading language arts, okay, it says plus 22. percentage points. So does that mean the current seventh graders are performing 22 percentage points above last year's seventh graders? Or is it when they were sixth grade, like this year's seventh graders are doing 22 percentage points better than they did when they were in sixth grade?
So this is tracking the cohort. So current seventh graders against their own scores as sixth grade students.
Okay, so within group design, that's really impressive. I want to make sure, we should celebrate that. So you see, I mean, I don't know if I've really seen these kinds of gains very often.
I don't know that we have in that way.
Yeah, no, that's really, really strong work. So just thank you to the staff of our schools for doing this, and and the students and their families also for really focusing in. And so I wish we could continue this trajectory, and it's a shame that we may have to pivot away from this in order to for the reasons that you stated. But I do want to just take a moment and just thank the communities of Burnett, Dobie, and Webb for all the hard work and these double-digit gains. And I don't mean 10 as a double-digit gain. I'm saying 32 points. Our Burnett eighth graders are scoring 32 points higher this year than they did at this time last year when they were seventh graders. And I really hope to see that in the newspapers, because that is something that is really, really important. It's not just about our schools are failing or we have interventions or this and that. It's just you guys, the kids are doing the work, and I know we put in more certified teachers, more experienced teachers. It's making a difference. So thank you all.
Thank you. Trustee Foster.
So along those lines, it's so exciting to see what we could almost call transformational growth when you see, sort of double-digit gains in certain areas. And of course, you want to see that in all areas. And we see the evidence of so many people working so hard. And yet we end up with a solemn responsibility to do the hard work of judging the likelihood of a very specific, huge lift outcome. So along those lines, I'm curious from the administration's standpoint, if we were to go towards a partnership. We've had some experiences with partners. We've had, folks around the state have had experiences with partners. Just a couple of really pointed questions. We've seen models, and you alluded to this, we've seen models where a whole staff is replaced, where the principal, administrative, the leadership team, et cetera, is replaced. Is that a requirement of a partnership? And if it's not a requirement, does that create an opportunity for us to build on what's already there and say, wow, here's the evidence of growth. Partner, we seek you, who would not come with a replacement model, but would come with an additive model to say, here's what's going great, let's work with that, and then let's keep the ball rolling forward. Is that kind of world possible within the law and with, sort of within our possibility?
Yeah, so Trustee Foster, I appreciate the question. Yes, that's well within the law. And in fact, there are lots of partners that are approved as turnaround partners who have that structure. I think one of the challenges we have is, we're working on a compressed timeline with 3UA, 4U, with the way 23, 24, and 25 accountability kind of dropped. And so if this was a typical year, you'd have those types of partnerships usually for 2UA, 3UA, and then as you move down the accountability, road, the type of partner gets a little more rigid. Mm-hmm. So there are different models. I think at the end of the day, what we're looking for is, high quality instructional material. We want to make sure we have highly effective educators, which we know we have now, making sure the district is making hard decisions, which typically the operator is doing on behalf of the district because the district's not able to do it. I think that's an important point. A lot of the reasons that operators come in is because they have the autonomy to make hard decisions that the district has not historically made. I think for us, with the turnaround plans, it was hard. It's been hard. We have made decisions, I think, that are atypical for AISD, with making, moving educators, investing the way that we have, things that we know needed to happen. So yes, that there is not those are 100% allowable and acceptable. And our hope is that the work that we've done and the movement that we're seeing is leveraged, if in fact we go with a partner. And that includes resources, includes people, it includes all the things. That would be allowable, 100%.
Thank you. And then likewise, in the same vein, there is a hope and expectation for what we're calling turnarounds to happen very quickly. And there is a world in which, or a set of opinions or philosophies in which that might constrain possibilities in the short term. Is it possible, and again, allowable, to identify and work with partners whose vision is expansive? That is to say, in this moment, here is the way we will constrain in order to build a base, build a foundation, and our ultimate vision is expansive so that opportunities and options sort of open up over time once we've established a baseline. Is that something that would be allowable, and if allowable, advisable, and something that we would seek out?
Yes, allowable, certainly something we would seek out. I think that's why we structured the RFP that way that we did. I think it's a honest conversation around when you bring a partner in to accomplish a task at hand, the focus has to be such that they achieve that goal, right? And in all cases, when it's these types of partners, it's about breaking the accountability chain. And the autonomy that they're provided kind of allows them to create the focus in different ways. In some cases, it's maybe not having the same types of enrichment programs that we would have, or maybe it's adjusting the calendar, or maybe it's an extended calendar, which we actually we like in many cases. So there's different things that they do in order to focus. Now, once the accountability risk is addressed, right, then all of a sudden you begin to grow, right, and introduce those things that might otherwise be viewed initially as maybe a additive, and maybe not as critical. But yeah, that's exactly what we would expect to occur, and if a partner had that model, we would expect that to be the case here if we were going to support them in the application process for Texas Education Agency. That's exactly right.
Thank you. So, I lead with the celebration of what Burnett, Webb, and Dobie are accomplishing, and the hope that as we move forward, everything that we do, whether an 1882 partnership or not, is supportive of the work and the beauty of the work and the people, up to this point. So thank you, and thank you for your work.
Thank you. Additional questions? Right, I just want to add to the celebration, and thank you to everyone who's doing that work. This obviously reflects our students, our educators, everyone on those campuses, the families who are supporting their students to be there at school and supporting their learning, and everyone who's contributing to this work. So thank you for that. And I just have two questions, one for the superintendent, one for my colleagues. The first is really, what do we gain or lose by voting in January, if that's the recommendation that you plan to bring to us? And with that, is this like a TAP plan where if the first one is rejected, you have a second bite at that apple? Or is that something we don't?
Yeah, so the way that the process is laid out, if we submitted by the end of January, then the deadline for the agency to respond is the end of March, which is also the deadline for all 1882 partnerships. And so, the benefit of going earlier is to give the agency the opportunity to evaluate, ask clarifying questions, ask for more information perhaps, and then hopefully provide a positive response to us. In the event that they do not support our plan, we would want to know as quickly as possible to resubmit. I don't think that many districts do that. I can't really find an example of one that has, but we do believe that opportunity exists. And so if we went by the 31st and we found out before the end of March that it was not acceptable, then we would resubmit. And hopefully, with the collaboration we have with the agency that we built up over the last couple of years, we would have an indication of the direction they were leaning, so that we were able to, separately perhaps either improve the submission or identify a different partner or strategy. Now, in the event that you vote after the 31st, then and the agency takes all of their time, then you wouldn't have the ability to resubmit in the event that the application was denied.
So we have maximum flexibility if we make that January vote.
You have the most flexibility at this point if you make that vote.
At that point. And do you think there's a good chance you would be ready with a recommendation?
I think.
I know you're
I am
doing lots of exploration, so that may not be answerable today.
I would say that my objective is to get as much certainty and confidence in our application as quickly as possible, and I am moving towards getting that done with enough statutorily required time for January 31st. I think because of how fluid this has been and the conversations we're having and the feedback we're getting, it's been hard to hit extended timelines, especially with the holidays. But yeah, that's what we're moving towards.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my second question is for my board colleagues, would we like to schedule a placeholder meeting ahead of that January 29th meeting to make sure that we're talking as transparently as we can with the public about this, if that's the recommendation? Okay. And how we can ask the superintendent and our board support to find a date for that, based on how quickly because that would need posting as well.
Yes.
And so that might not have a lot of days between it and our meeting. We may need to schedule it close to that meeting to give you the time you need to do the work you need to do. So, okay, well, we will put a placeholder on the calendar and find a date that works. So thank you, everybody. Anything else before we move on? Trustee Kaufman.
Realistically, that if it were to be a week before the meeting, it would have to post tomorrow, which would not happen. So I think the question of whether there would be utility to that or not would really depend on the window in between that meeting and the voting meeting. If there's one day in between, that's really not going to benefit us because there would not be time for public comment or for discussion with people about those items. So I think I'm skeptical about whether the calendar would permit that, but yes, please explore.
Okay, thank you. That's a great point. Thank you all. Okay, any additional? All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate this. Thank you all. And thank you for the work. So at this time, we will move into the preview of agenda items that will be considered for a vote at our next regular board meeting on January 29th. Staff are available to answer any questions for tonight's preview. And before we get to the preview, the administration wants to be sure the board and community are informed that there will be 3 additional agenda items that were not listed on tonight's agenda that will appear on the January 29th board voting meeting agenda. They are 3 different board resolutions to accept funding through the Office of the Governor. These are safety and security funds through a grant program. Those must be approved and signed by February 12th prior to the Governor's office releasing those funds. The first is a board resolution for funding for rifle-resistant body armor. The second is a board resolution for a criminal justice grant. And the third is a board resolution for active attack response equipment. And we'll now move to the agenda preview, starting with item number 6, which is academics and curriculum. And trustees, are there any questions on those items? All right, next is section 7, board administration. Any questions? All right, next is 8, business and finance. Any questions? We have approval of contracts for district-wide pizza delivery and pickup services, I see, in addition to many other things.
One question.
Yes.
So on question on 8.7 and on the 3 additional resolutions that you said will be on the agenda, I would just like to understand whether those, whether the funding and the security measures those purchased would be consistent with our district philosophy on safety and security in general.
Yes, Trustee Kaufman, resolutions from the governor's office to help us offset costs when it comes to response equipment or equipment that our officers use to perform their duty every day is something that is in alignment with our response to HB3. Otherwise, many of these things we probably would have to pay for at some point in the future. So yeah, it's aligned. And again, we hope to never use these things, but our officers in our overall process in support of safety and security is, requires these investments over time.
And just my own personal vision of safety and security in the spirit of not militarizing or, creating insecurity through people's vision, constantly seeing guns and armor and equipment and police cars and sirens. Are these things, the materials that we're purchasing, going to create more of a militarized look to schools when we have things like battering rams and body shields and armored vehicles? And are we looking at a district that looks more militarized?
So, and Chief Snead is available, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we have these already. And these are things that we don't display them. We don't show. I mean, it's no different than how we're operating now. These are things that our officers and we have used and have had. Again, we hope to never use them, but there are lifespans to the equipment. Even having something for 5 years, even if you never use it, has to be renewed. And so those are the sorts of things we're talking about. So I'm not, and Chief Snead can certainly weigh in. He's over here on the left. But there is not anything here that is new that we don't already use. So I wouldn't expect any difference in how we approach our school communities now. But I agree with the statements around our philosophy around safety and security. It's a culture of safety and security. That's what we believe in. But we also have to acknowledge that we have to be compliant with HB3 and we have to have officers. And if we're going to have that, which we've committed to, we're going to have the resources to be able to do the job.
Thank you.
Trustee Hunter.
So we've read the small print, right? There's no obligation. There's no quid pro quo. This is a grant. So our officers couldn't be conscripted to go quell something.
So I have not seen. I'm happy to have General Counsel review the fine print again, or go through and just be 100% responsive to that question. This is not a new thing that we've pursued before.
I realize it's not a new thing, but we live in different times. And so if you could please have the General Counsel send out a memo to the board to let us know so we can be really confident that what we've already said now, our values are still, and we haven't optioned ourselves out for 30 pieces of silver.
Understood. We'll do that work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions about this section? Thank you for the questions. Next up is agenda preview for section 9, facilities.
Yes, I have a question about the item 9.2 about the bond work at Hill. And could you provide the board with an explanation of how and why the scope of the planned work at Hill, why the plans have changed?
Yeah, at a high level, I'm happy to work with Christine and Jamie to provide a detailed response that I can submit. But generally speaking, when we were planning for the 2022 bond program and we were allocating funds for different projects, there are lots of things that we don't know at that time. We have an understanding typically of what it's going to cost on a per square foot basis, but there are things that come to fruition, or there are analyses that are used that don't always kind of meet the reality of where we are once we have to construct. And so I would say, looking back, two things were kind of working against us. One was the initial estimate of a complete Phase 2 modernization, given kind of the complexity of the site. We've condemned property, we've done a lot at Hill, and Hill is a large campus, and there aren't lots of solutions that allow us to construct in an efficient manner. So I heard someone say Phase 2, but we have already completed Phase 1. And so the intent, and I am really committed to having fewer phases in projects. But back to the question, so the budget itself, I think, was underestimated from the beginning. As we began to build out what we could do, the complexity of the site, the size of the school, and the inability to really move it off-site efficiently kind of led to this gap. And so when you think about a line of demarcation, or like what is a complete project that moves you towards the ultimate goal, the current solution kind of does that. I'm happy to be responsive and consider what it would look like to do something else after it. But I am not convinced at this point that this should still not be held up. Meaning that if other funds are made available, then I would, by way of surplus or something down the road, then you would just go ahead and finish out the project, because in any case, they have to swing on site. And so, again, it's probably a little more wordy than you're wanting, but those two things I think contributed to it: the complexity of the site, the misalignment in initial budgeting, and then I would say lastly, just the increasing cost in construction created that gap.
Thank you. I think that's helpful, like with pertaining to this agenda item, and I know that this is like an ongoing discussion, between us and between Hill and the community. Yes,
Principal Drummond's, he's incredible. He's done incredible at Hill. We have been in lots of conversations. It sounds like there's more that need to occur. This is not something that we felt was new as far as the phasing plan, but it's clear that maybe there are some in the community that didn't realize that this is where we were. So I think it's incumbent upon us to just circle back, make sure we are aligned, but I would not recommend holding the project up, because if there are future funds, what I would do is just complete Phase 3. I wouldn't try to combine 2 and 3, because in a future date, the cost of Part 2 would actually increase. And so you would get less for the money that you currently have in the current project. So that's how I would tackle it. So I'll circle back around, but I think my recommendation is still going to be to proceed with Phase 2. I do not want to lose the opportunity to build the significant portion of Hill. The next conversation will be, what do you do for the difference? If it comes out of 2022 by surplus as we address any budget deficiencies or a future bond, we'd be better positioned to start this work now than not.
So voting yes on this item would get the Hill community a more useful building on a quicker timeline. And
at this point, absolutely. So my fear would be if we slow down and we try to find funding for Phase 3, which currently does not exist until some of the projects that are currently underway finish up, right? We're pretty early on in the bond program. Then the cost of this phase is going to increase, and the start of the project gets delayed, right? And so the opening of this phase is now probably going to be a year out if you start at any point in April or May, and then the cost of 1 year of escalation, probably 13-14%, is now going to get you less for the project, which means this Phase 2 may not even be viable. Right now you have a contract that's agreed to by a general contractor for a price. I would hate to let that go. I would hope to execute the work, and then if future funds are available, whether it's a future bond or this bond, I would then do Phase 3. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I could be clearer.
That's helpful, because all these documents are public with the CAC, the Campus Architectural Team Committee, and I could see that lots of options. There were like 4 options given to that team, and they chose, they preferred one option amongst, and they're getting to piecemeal and prioritize what changes they want. And are those public to everyone in the community who want to come to campus architecture? They wouldn't be the decision makers, but could see what's going on.
The CAC, Trustee Willie Chu, so for those sorry, the CAT,
CAT,
the
sorry,
CAT,
team, not
Campus
committee.
Architectural Team.
It's a team.
Yeah, it's comprised of the principal as well as other stakeholders in the community and parents and some staff. They in many ways are making kind of localized decisions on how the project is executed on site. So to get to this point without their input, it's not possible. Now, the documents are available on our bond website. Our CAT meetings are posted. They're open to the public. Sometimes we have people come and provide comment. I'm happy to reach out and just kind of reinforce, where that is, or go back to where the initial kind of milestone was when they kind of went down this process and pathway. But yes, they are available, and I can follow up with Principal Drummond and just make sure that I'm communicating with everybody at Hill, kind of where those documents are, and then maybe follow up with a conversation about kind of what the next steps would be. But leaving a project that's deal certain off the table is not ideal.
Well, yeah, thank you for sharing that with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter.
So I have a question about, as you're gathering information, so I heard a couple different things when people were leaving their public comment. And I'm sure we have an audit committee. And I just have a question about, I hear financial error, I hear inflation, I hear underestimation. I would like to know, what happened? Why is there such a difference, right? And I'm not saying you need to go through that now, but I'm saying before the 29th, I need that information because I think that's important. And if it was a combination of all three, then I want to know it was a combination of all three. If it was one or the other, that's the kind of information I would like to have.
What I'll do is, so just to be clear, our bond is, we do have an auditing partner that audits everything. So I'm not sure I'll get that level of granularity, but I certainly can provide a timeline and identify when each element occurred and what drove the cost gap. Mm-hmm. And then provide that to the board well before the voting meeting.
Thank you.
Early next week.
Another question. Is this the kind of thing that the CBOC also vets or no?
Yeah, everything goes to CBOC.
Okay, so they're already aware of this?
They've seen the project, yes.
And do they have to actually vote to approve any of this stuff, or do they just?
Kind of rubber stamp.
So there's not a vote in the way that we think of votes here. You all have all authority, just to be now they do weigh in and make recommendations. The team, which is led by, I should say, Katrina Montgomery, our CFO, and Christine Steenport, our COO, they notified the CBOC of any material changes, and that can be a function of scope, meaning I was going to build a field, but now I'm building a gym. That would be a material change. They would have to weigh in on that and agree to it before we did it. Or there's a significant change in cost, right, where our budget is being overrun. Mm-hmm. So in this instance, the scope was fit to budget. So there wasn't a budget overrun, but the scope itself was certainly presented and shared. But there hasn't been a vote to. Okay. Does that make sense? Because typically it's around oversight. But yeah, I can go back and also show when they were first introduced to this design or project.
Great, thank you. Additional questions on this section? All right, we'll go on to section 10, talent strategy.
I have a procedural question on this. So first of all, House Bill 3372 is horrible law and should never have been passed and does no benefit. And secondly, I have no question that district administrators providing theater consulting or judging or district LSSPs consulting around something is not good work that needs to be done. So I have no question about the contracts in question here. But I have a question about the law and the procedure, though, because the law states that the Board of Trustees will vote to approve the contracts, and that the written contract describing the services to be performed is provided to the Board of Trustees. So I'm just curious about the process by which it's being screened and approved by the talent strategy, and then just a list presented to us rather than the contracts being presented to us.
We kind of.
I have the contracts linked in the executive content. For public view, there is a, just a list.
So it's a URL?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you. I did not see the document, but I do see a URL now. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Anything else? All right, thank you. Next is section 11, items for separate vote. Any questions? Trustee Singh?
Yeah, I had a question, Superintendent, regarding 11.4, the approval of contract for renovations at Breaker Woods. Could you just talk a little bit generally about bond funds and, you know, if somebody, basically bond funds and how that sort of connects with potential consolidations, not just for Breaker Woods, but just generally speaking? I know there have been some questions about that in the community, and if you could just help us understand.
Yeah, I think it's important that I clearly communicate like my philosophy when it comes to bond work in general. You know, one of the things that I've been really clear about is whenever we start a process and that process is underway, we evaluate any project that may be impacted by a future board vote, right? So in that case, when we were taking on and doing the work around consolidations and programmatic moves, we identified a list of schools at that time, which everybody's aware of, that included many schools, and we looked at the timeline of those projects. And when we felt it was appropriate and there was a timeline where we could get to a substantial pause, we would do that. So there are modernization projects that we slowed down and then ultimately paused. But we slowed down enough to ensure that if we had to pick them up, because I do not know the way the board is going to vote, right, I can pick them back up. So we're always kind of progressing and then checking, but never wanting to get too far away to where we can't capture any savings if a consolidation or a change occurs. Now, when it comes to smaller projects, and I know that there are millions of dollars that are invested in schools, but the reality at the end of the day, these schools are very, very large buildings. These systems are expensive. And my thought process is when it comes to projects that are to support students and ensure that they are in a warm, safe, and dry environment, I'm going to proceed and have those projects be executed if I know for certain that those students will be in that school the next year. And so I think we're referring to Breaker Woods. So at this point, Breaker Woods will be open for 26-27, and the work that occurs over the summer will benefit those students in that classroom. And that is pretty consistent with what I've done over the last 7 years in this role, or I guess not in this role, but in my previous role. I always want to think about, you know, and I tell people, if we have students in our schools, they need to be secure, they need to be safe, they need to be dry. And at the end of the day, if I'm going to slow down a project, you know, I need to have certainty from the board or from others that it's not going to ultimately impact our students' well-being, and then long-term, it is a meaningful time to stop a project, like kind of project timeline. So another example of that would be Blackshear, which is further up in the agenda. You know, there's been conversations on the community. I think we had one community member talk about or give comment to the board around, you know, Oak Springs and Blackshear, and that's an ongoing conversation. I think that's also one that, you know, if someone wanted to critique, you know, why are you investing in Blackshear? My response is, well, we have students at Blackshear, and they're going to be there for at least 2 years at this point. And so these, you know, I always look at if there are things that are above and beyond, like HVAC systems or security systems, then I will try to parse those out. But when I look at the scope for this, these are all HVAC-related improvements, and I didn't have anything that I could lean on that was an action for the board that gave me the ability to kind of not ensure that got across the finish line for the students that are there next year. So that was the approach that I took. I'm happy to respond to any questions you have, but that's consistent with kind of what I've done. And also, whatever happens in the future with any one of our schools, it's unlikely that something happens immediately, right? There's repurposing, there's lots of things that happen, and it's our building in general, and these are HVAC, humidity, these are like true system improvements that should be done, honestly, regardless.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions about this section? All right, thank you. So this ends our regular agenda preview. Next up, we have student achievement, scorecard goal 1.2 about exclusionary discipline. And before we hear the presentation, we need to confirm that the monitoring report is complete. These are the questions that our Lone Star Governance coach has given us, whether it clearly shows the specific goal and interim goal, data for the 3 previous reporting periods, preferably on a line graph, the current reporting period, the target reporting periods with annual targets and a deadline target. Does it clearly show the superintendent's current view via a defined set of indicators of system performance relative to the goal? Clearly shows supporting documentation that is evidence of the superintendent's understanding of the system performance. And if the system is not meeting targets or the superintendent's understanding indicates that performance and implementation are not on track, does the report clearly describe system of root causes, strategic responses, and the rationale for them and any needed next steps? So do we have any evidence the elements are not present? All right, so let's turn the floor to Superintendent Segura for our presentation. Thank you, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you, President Boswell. The team and I will present on the board monitoring report. I have joining me Dr. Mary Ann Maxwell, Assistant Superintendent of Academics, Dr. LaShonda Lewis, Executive Director of Student Support Services, and Brandy Grattan, Director of Discipline Standards and Accountability. As we move through the report, the first thing I'd like to note is that this report was originally going to be given at the end of last year. We made a request to the board to adjust the targets based on methodology, I wouldn't say correction, but maybe it's a methodology alignment, just because it was a new a measure for us. And so we want to make sure we got it right. So we went ahead and updated the scorecard, and now we're back presenting so that the scorecard methodology lines up with the report methodology. So this is constraint 1, underserved students. The superintendent shall not allow campus practices that exclude disproportionality impact or fail to support economically disadvantaged students and students receiving special education services. Constraint progress measure 1.2, the discretionary exclusionary discipline actions, which include ISS, OSS, or other removal assigned to students identified as economically disadvantaged over total disciplinary actions will decrease from 79.2% in August of 2024 to 67% in August of 2029. This always aligns to one of our initiatives. This one most notably aligns to early learning, middle years forward, and post-secondary success. At this point, the administration, I believe that we are on track to meet the new discretionary exclusionary discipline constraint progress measure, CPM. Currently, students identified as economically disadvantaged compose 73.12% of all exclusionary practices. The current data meets this year's target and suggests that collaborative efforts to reduce exclusionary discipline are improving. One thing I want to say is, this has really been a function of alignment, us being responsive, providing tools and resources to our educators and our leaders on our campuses. So I do genuinely feel like we are moving in the right direction. There's always going to be room for improvement, but I'm happy to hand it over to the team to take us through the remainder of the report.
Good evening, Superintendent Segura and President Boswell and Board of Trustees. I'm excited to be here this evening. I know you see me quite a bit with reading and math and some other things that are easily pointed to academics, but I'm excited to be here with this team and talk about the work that we're all doing, because this is academics too, this is learning too, and this is critical to the learning environment and to our students. And so tonight we get to talk about some of the improvements that have happened and the work that has happened. And just wanted to kick it off a little bit by talking about just the importance of this and making sure that we are taking advantage of every opportunity for our students to be in the classroom, to stay in our schools, and to continue to be part of our learning and their communities. So this is important for kids because we know that being excluded from the classroom can result in quite a few things. It can result in early labeling of students and not feeling like they're part of that learning environment and that classroom community. It definitely results in loss of instructional time. It is associated, correlated with higher dropout risks as students get older. And there's quite a bit of evidence that it doesn't actually change student behavior. It doesn't address the root causes of student behavior. And so when we highlight these, this disproportionality, when we look at what's happening at students across the district and ensure that these systems are in place, it really allows us to focus on root causes for behavior, to really build skills too. It's hard to build social emotional skills if students aren't there, and both proactive and very reactive ways as well. And then it allows us to really focus on a relationship first model with our students. And we'll have the opportunity to talk about even some of the collaboration across departments that has happened with our discipline department, but also with our counselors and with our licensed mental health professionals and with our MTSS department, and all of the proactive and very stronger ways that we react to student behavior. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Grattan.
Thank you, Dr. Maxwell. I appreciate it. And good evening, trustees and superintendent. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share about Constraint Progress Measure 1.2, exclusionary discipline. This is our first monitoring report for CPM 1.2, which focuses on exclusionary discipline for discretionary offenses for students identified as economically disadvantaged. This is a new CPM, as Superintendent and Dr. Maxwell shared, and it's new in this way. I want to highlight this. We've been focused on exclusionary discipline for some time, but for this CPM, what makes it new is that the primary focus is on exclusionary discipline for students identified as economically disadvantaged. So that's what changes it a little bit from where we've been the past several years in that focus. Now, our long-term target for CPM 1.2 is to decrease the discipline rate percentage for students identified as economically disadvantaged down to 67% by August of 2029. Now, our ultimate objective every day is to do everything that we can to keep students in school and in class, period, point blank. That's what we're wanting to do. We don't want discipline to get in the way. That said, we currently are on track to meet our school year 25-26 target of 78%, as we currently have a discipline rate of 73% for our economically disadvantaged students. Let me back up and take a moment to remind us of some of the terminology for this constraint progress measure. Exclusionary discipline, discipline rate, so on and so forth. So first, let me start with exclusionary discipline. Means discipline actions that remove a student from their regularly scheduled class, like ISS, in-school suspension, or OSS, out-of-school suspension, or home suspension, and then also even at times removal to the ALC, or our disciplinary alternative education program. Discretionary offenses are those offenses that can be responded to in a variety of ways. Offenses like skipping class, insubordination, fighting. And I want to point out the discretionary offenses do not include drug and alcohol offenses. They do not include bringing weapons to school. They do not include assaultive offenses. And lastly, I want to share a little bit about that discipline rate, just to remind us again that when we say discipline rate, we're talking about the percentage of discipline actions assigned to a particular group over the total number of discipline actions. Now, with that in mind, of our total disciplinary offenses that have received an exclusionary discipline action, 73% in our report have been attributed to students identified as economically disadvantaged. So our report went from the beginning, the first day of school, all the way to November the 3rd. So taking that time frame of data, we took a look at all the discipline actions that occurred, and we wanted to see how many have impacted our kiddos that are identified as economically disadvantaged. And at this point, we're at 73%. That said, on page 2, our CPM 1.2 focuses on decreasing the disproportionate impact of exclusionary discipline for students identified as economically disadvantaged. Again, I can't reiterate this anymore. I can't underline it any more than I have, but I am. Our ultimate goal is to have students at school and in class every day. So I want to reference our line graph just to orient us to what we're looking at on page 2 of the report. You'll notice that the discipline rates for students identified as economically disadvantaged, starting in the school year 2020 and 2021, all the way to school year 24-25. Further, our line graph depicts our targets for the next 4 years with the goal of steadily decreasing. So let me break that down just a little bit more for us so we can see what we're looking at here in that line graph. Our yellow bar in the line graph shows our current progress monitoring discipline rate of 73% for students identified as economically disadvantaged. So that line, the entirety of the line graph is specific to our students identified as economically disadvantaged. And we see our historical data where we've been, and then we see our yearly targets of where it is that we're trying to go. I don't know about for you, but for me, what caught my attention the most is that year post-pandemic, we're at 68 or about 68%, and then shooting up to 81.4% and staying steady at about 80% discipline rate for our students identified as economically disadvantaged. That absolutely arrests our attention, and our strategies and focus and support have been just a call to action for that. On page 3, we see that although the focus for Constraint Progress Measure 1.2 is economically disadvantaged, you will notice that the annual targets also include steadily lowering discipline rates for all groups of kiddos to become more proportional to enrollment percentages. So let's take a look and orient ourselves to what we're seeing in that table, just to give ourselves some orientation. So starting at the far left side of the table, we see student groups listed in that column, starting with economically disadvantaged, going to American Indian, Asian, so on and so forth. So our student groups are listed in that particular column. I want to make this note that each of our student groups are standalone student groups, meaning that each group contains only the group of students with that identifier. So for example, the first group of economically disadvantaged, those are for all of our students that have that particular indicator. Whereas our next group underneath that are for American Indian. Those are all of our students that have that indicator. They may or may not have the economically disadvantaged indicator, but those are our students in that American Indian group. So that's what I mean by standalone student groups. The titles of the columns give us the school years, and then the numbers in the table that we see are the discipline rate percentages. And again, those discipline rate percentages being how many actions are attributed to that particular student group over the total number. So for our first example, the first row in light blue is our economically disadvantaged group, and they had a discipline rate in the school year of 2021 of 67.7%. And then we go to the next school year in that column to the right. Now I want to bring out that the gold column that we see in the middle tells us the discipline rate percentage for our progress monitoring update, which was the first day of school through November the 3rd. And lastly, I'll point out that the remaining columns tell us, the remaining columns that we see after that gold column, tell us what our targets are for each group. For example, again, in the first row, our economically disadvantaged, we see that our target that we want to reach by school year 28-29, so moving all the way to the right, we're aiming to reach 67% for a discipline action rate for our students identified as economically disadvantaged. That said, there are a few points that I want to highlight on page 3 of our data analysis. First and foremost, the table depicts the discipline rates for each student group starting in school year 20 and 21, all the way through the school year 24-25, and also includes our discipline rate targets for the next 4 years. From our school year 2021 and all the way through 2024, we see that most of our student groups show some year-to-year fluctuations, with no group demonstrating consistent success year after year. So that's definitely a point of growth for us. So, I know we often say this in our reporting. There are things to celebrate, but we're not bringing out the fireworks and the stickers and everything yet. We clearly have some work to do. The discipline rate for students identified as economically disadvantaged hovers at approximately 80% for every school year post-pandemic. This is the right group to focus on. When reviewing our progress monitoring on November the 3rd update, we noticed that our economically disadvantaged discipline rate is at 73%, as we've shared before, which is an improvement on where we've been before, and there's still work to do. We are on track to meet the yearly discipline targets for some student groups, but not for others, as we can see. We see some early success, and there's absolutely more work to be done to reduce discipline rates, especially for students identified as economically disadvantaged. Next, I'll go to page 4, just to speak to some root causes and then some observations that we're seeing in our outlier summary. Two of the root causes that we've identified that are barriers that have come up as challenges for us as we're seeking to decrease discipline rates are first and foremost a heavy reliance on suspensions as a primary tool to control discretionary offenses. And then second, ensuring that we're working toward a reliable reporting system that in real time can identify students that have that economically disadvantaged indicator, what an exclusionary discipline action was, and then the location that it happened in so we can have consistent and real-time data sharing so the support can be implemented for kiddos and for campuses as soon as possible. Here's what we're seeing as far as campuses that are experiencing success in the discipline rate percentages, especially as it relates to our students that are identified as economically disadvantaged. There are three campus practices that we're seeing come up the most for those that are experiencing success. And the first is an emphasis on MTSS. Campuses that have verbalized and vocalized their emphasis on MTSS, whether that be through child study team, whether that be through the utilization of Character Strong. Those are where we're seeing student needs are being studied in deep ways, and support is initiated accordingly. The second thing that we're seeing as far as campus practices that are observations from those outliers is the use of effective alternatives to suspension. I was talking with the principal just the other day that mentioned, she said, Brandy, here are the things that we're trying to do before a student ever has to miss class. So here are the things that we're considering, whether it be perhaps, a student participating in a restorative circle, perhaps it's maybe even a lunch detention or whatever the case may be, as long as we're trying to keep the kiddos in class and on track with their instruction and on their learning. Thirdly, strengthening trust between students and administrators particularly has been something that our campus administrators have uplifted. They talk about having proactive support being easily accessed and implemented for students. And some ways that some of these principals and assistant principals stated that this looks like frequent check-ins. This looks like students coming into administrators to verbalize their concerns before it becomes something bigger, especially around issues of conflict. This also looks like administrators stating that they're celebrating student growth and achievement when it comes to behavior expectations. We're used to seeing that when it comes to honor roll, attendance, so on and so forth. But some of our secondary schools stated, listen, we're going back to some of those quote, for lack of a better, old school strategies of uplifting and celebrating out loud those things and those growth. Even and especially when it comes to behavior expectations. And lastly, this also looks like using restorative practices to construct, strengthen, and heal relationships. At this time, I'll hand it over to Executive Director Dr. LaShonda Lewis to share a little bit more about our next steps and our targets for CPM 1.2.
Thank you, Brandy. I will say I want those fireworks and stickers, and I'm sure our campuses want them as well. And so our next steps are really going to be crucial. As Dr. Maxwell mentioned, what happens with our students when they face a disciplinary action, it takes them out of the classroom. And while we're not talking about academics today, we know that anytime that they're not in the classroom, that really impedes their learning. And so we want to make sure that we have strategies and resources to wrap around our students so that they are in that classroom. But we also know that the way that we're functioning right now, a lot of things that we do to put in place to support our students is happening after the fact. And so some of the work that our discipline team has been doing is making sure that we are connecting with multiple departments, our special education department, our MTSS department, our counseling, and our LMHP department to identify not only what is the behavior that the student is presenting that's maybe undesirable, but let us get to what that root cause is. What we know about any behavior that we see is that it is an outward expression of something else that is going on with our students. And so we want to make sure that we're addressing that. And so we have established consistent meetings with all of those departments. Again, our special education department, having conversations with our licensed mental health professionals and our school counselors to see what can we do to support students so that they don't continue to have these behaviors going forward. Something else that we have implemented this school year is data tracking and providing that information to our EDs. So unfortunately, we do not have a dashboard or something that our EDs can go to on a frequent basis to look at what the discipline rates are for their campuses. And so this year, our discipline team has worked very hard to create a monthly report, I believe, so that our EDs have that information so that they can pinpoint some of the trends that are happening across their campuses, and they can work with those campus administrators to identify that relatively quickly so that it is not going further into the future, and they can identify and provide support a little more readily. Talking again about providing proactive supports. One of the things we are really excited about is we are looking at hosting a discipline conference this summer. And that conference will allow our campus administrators and their teams to come together and not only learn about what do discipline rates look like for their campuses, but also how they can start to be proactive in that work, meeting proactively with their counselors, their counseling teams, and their maybe their special education team, their restorative practices team, and MTSS teams to put in place services for their students so that we don't see the behaviors to begin with. So we know that Character Strong is something that we have implemented across all of our campuses, and we have records that show that when we are actually implementing Character Strong on our campuses with fidelity, that our campuses are seeing less behaviors, and therefore our kids are staying in their classrooms and their academics are benefiting from that. So those are some of the things that we're working on. Again, just to kind of summarize, making sure that we have those collaborations between the multiple departments that can not only support our students after the behaviors, but also work with our students before the behaviors, and ensuring that we're also sharing data with our campuses on a regular basis so that they understand what's happening with their students and that there's a number of people across our district to support them as we move forward. That concludes our presentation for tonight, and so we will open it up to any questions that you may have.
Fantastic. Thank you all for the information, the presentation. We have an hour set aside from this, for this. We've used 20 minutes. So trustees, do we have questions? Trustee De Urioste first.
Sure. Thank you for this report. You know, it was mentioned on one of the public comments earlier, but, you know, as far as shadow discipline or discipline that wouldn't show up the way this report is contemplated, you know, what efforts are we making or are possible for looking at discipline that wouldn't be captured in this report?
Yeah, absolutely. So some of the safeguards that we put in place for those issues of discipline that haven't yet been reported for one reason or another is that first and foremost, we brought training back to in-person when it comes to discipline law. That was important because it gave us the opportunity to train folks new and some veteran alike on how to enter a discipline referral and then also how to process it. So we started at that tier one. How do I even if there's an infraction that happens, how do I even put it into the system and then be able to see it, pull it, and then process it accordingly. And then not only that, what does the law say about when students are outside of class? How is that reported? So that was the first thing that we started with, was bringing us back to in-person training. The second thing we instituted as a safeguard is ongoing progress monitoring of pulling reports where there is a difference between attendance and discipline, meaning if there's an attendance record that shows that a student is not in class or not where they're supposed to be, but there's not a corresponding discipline record, we've got something that we've got to take a look at there. So our team works with assistant principals and principals, and even some of the team that helps with attendance to help reconcile some of those things. And those are frequent monitoring that we do. And I will say that lastly, one of the ways that we have as far as a preview of coming attractions, if you will, Dr. mentioned about this summer, the way that we're changing and shifting, responding to what we're hearing from administrators, responding to what we're hearing from multiple departments when it comes to discipline, and how we can engineer a in-person discipline training that's not only about the law, that's not only about the reportable things like when a student gets ISS or gets removed. We want to talk about the before, we want to focus on the before, during, and after of how we're supporting a student. So part of that will entail how we're building the skill set of our adults to understand that there are different ways to responding other than sitting Brandy outside of the hallway or whatever the case may be. We have other ways to respond other than that. So we're working to beef up some of our tool set, some of our toolkit. Thank you, tool set, toolkit. That too, when it comes to responding to those disciplinary issues that occur in a class, because sometimes that's for me as an adult. If I'm doing that may be because I don't know what else to do. So we want to fill that gap of, I don't know what else to do other than put Brandy right here. So we're trying to help build some of that skill set. And one of my partners is sitting behind me. I know she's hearing me, and maybe she's back there smiling. And that is related to our MTSS processes, where we're trying to, again, beef up the toolkit that folks have of multiple ways to respond to disciplinary situations. It's not always excluding a child outside of the classroom.
Yeah, I appreciate that response. a lot of that, this is probably one of the few times I would say that that's all proactive. And I think what I'm looking at is what we can do as a reactive. You're talking about the safeguards, and I get that that's difficult data to collect, but I'd be curious to see, you're talking about matching up attendance records with disciplinary records. I'd be curious to see like responses from families or students on how those things match up. Because I think that's, again, data that's hard to get. And since, the concept of it being a shadow discipline, if we could look at how we could get feedback from the people receiving the discipline or the families that are the ones picking up the students, when they're getting sent home. I guess the other line of question that I had was, you brought up how across all the different subgroups that there's some variability in the numbers, and you can see it looking at there. And I'm wondering what we know or what we can look at in regards to some of the patterns that we might be seeing between those. I know, discipline can vary time of the year, even time of day. And so aside from just the raw numbers, what we're doing to look at any of the other deeper patterns so that we can look at, when we should be deploying more support or when are the times that we can be looking at for those type of, boosting. I know, like end of fall to, typically is one, mid-spring, but just that type of work. I'm curious to hear what more we're doing.
Yeah, absolutely, about when those disciplinary things are happening. So the two things stand out to me from your question, Trustee, and I appreciate it. Thank you for both of them. The first is that variability that we're seeing from year to year without that consistent success, that to me only strengthens, you all's, the agreement that I have with you all's decision to focus on students that are identified as economically disadvantaged. I think it's I appreciate the focus because historically we've been very focused on one or two particular groups, whereas this focus, and I appreciate you all's a vote of approval on this, the focus on economic disadvantage impacts every single one of those other groups listed underneath it, right? And so the improvement that we're working toward doing for economically disadvantaged ideally will also positively impact every one of those other student groups underneath it. So, I think that will help lead us to more consistent and sustained success as opposed to a decrease of discipline rate of 3 percentage points and then the next year it's up 4 percentage points or it's down 0.5 or whatever the case may be. The second question that you asked in terms of when do we deploy support? Do we deploy support around testing times when there's times of high stress or, times of right before the breaks or right after the breaks or so on and so forth? I think that's significant, and I would say that as it stands right now, one of the ways that is addressed is through even our discipline action plans that our campus administrators do every 9 weeks. And this is a testament to what the ways in which those discipline action plans are more than just a checkoff. They're more than just do it and nobody checks it. If you all remember a strategy that we probably utilize in our classrooms, and I know many of you up here are educators in many different ways, you remember that strategy we used to use where the students would write in their journal and then the teacher would write them back inside of the journal, and it was back and forth. I don't remember the precise name of that. Somebody can remind me. But that's the way that we've had our discipline action plans function, to where there's authentic feedback back and forth between our discipline office and then also our campuses. So our campuses are doing the big work. Campus administrators, LMHPs, counselors, teachers, assistant principals, and principals of doing the work of identifying who's being identified the most in the disciplinary data and the ways in which we are going to utilize every ounce of support that we have on campus. I'm thinking about a couple of secondary campuses that we have had where the campuses themselves have talked about strategic parts of the day that they check in with this particular student. And that check-in sometimes comes from the administrator. At other times, it'll come from the counselor or whoever is that trusted adult for that particular student. So that's one way that I think that question about at what points of time of the day do we support is already being implemented and initiated by our campus principals, assistant principals, and their staff.
Thank you. Yeah, and then the last one, kind of more of a comment, I guess, but just particularly this graph since there's overlapping groups like the 2 or more and the emergent bilingual and the special education and stuff, I don't know how I would present it differently, but I would almost, I'd be interested to see a different way of presenting this slightly, just so that the bespoke groups could be more easily just considered on themselves, whereas the overlapping groups, it is confusion just on first glance because this adds up to way over 100, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to parse out just on my own the gains in specific areas when there's some of these groups that are overlapping. So, just to put it most obviously, is like economically disadvantaged is showing reduction, it's going down, and yet we have so many groups going up. And so I'm just trying to find a better way to parse that, if that makes sense.
It does. And that table itself, each of those groups are standalone groups, meaning that, and what I mean by that is that that first row in this particular table on page 3, it's only our students that have that particular indicator, whereas the next group, American Indian, are only the students that have that particular indicator. And so on and so forth for all of the groups that are listed. So these are not groups that, for example, these are not our American Indian students that are also identified as economically disadvantaged. So they're not identified multiple times in this table representation.
Yeah, no, I get that. I might have to think of a different way to think of the question, because I mean, with economically disadvantaged, right, that's just a group of 2. There's economically disadvantaged and then non-economically disadvantaged, so it's highlighted blue. That's also our target. But some of the other ones that overlap, I think
it is a little confusing. Yeah. I did the same thing and asked the same questions first looking at this data, because most of the time when we look at the all-student group on top of this chart, every student group listed underneath is part of that all-student group. That's not the case on this one, which is why the numbers don't quite match up. On different charts, you can say, oh, you can see how this population and the numbers would be specifically contributing to the all-student group. This is different because, the American Indian group, it can include students who are economically disadvantaged and students who are not economically disadvantaged. So it's a little different than most of the charts that we look at when we're looking at student outcomes. And the reason for that is also to see overall some proportionality overall in the district. So we can look at this chart and see the Asian at 2.5 and then look to see whether or not Asians make up 2.5% of our overall population. So that's why, but I get it. It isn't quite match up the way we usually look at the charts.
Yeah, I'm probably going to mull it over a little bit and see if there's a better way I can address my quagmire there. Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Trustee.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter.
Oh, mic is on, my bad. Thank you. Same. The name change, same. I really have some concerns about the data that we are seeing, especially when I'm looking band to band. There's 2 things that concern me, and not to put too fine a point on it, but somebody lying, right? You mentioned, Trustee ISD, about parents. I would love an audit of 25 parents and be like, did you get paperwork when you came and picked up your kid? Because I don't know that that's happening every time, everywhere, right? And I think that's what our previous caller was calling. I've been sitting in the counselor's office since first period, and now it's lunch. I'm gonna go to lunch and go back to the counselor's office. That's happening. I know it's happening. And I don't know, when we say we're deploying resources, Mr. Superintendent, my concern is, testing time is great or whatever, but when I look at these numbers and I look at these schools and I see one school with like 99 incidences, like I bet you if we go dig, like 50 of those gonna be one person, right? Like that's where that support needs to be, not at testing time. That person is struggling every day. They're sending somebody out of the room every day or whatever. And the fact that I'm seeing, subgroups go down, but that African American group going up, that's just that, I gotta name it, that's that anti-Blackness running through our district. That is systemic. And we have to, I don't know, like, that's your job right there, but it concerns me when let me just say this and be done. At a meeting, like, a few years ago, one of the activism groups here in Austin had a meeting, and they made the statement, and I was aghast, shocked, and appalled, and then I had to sit in and I was like, damn, they're right. This gentleman said, some of the most dangerous people are the people teaching your children. That we cannot have that in this district. We have people who left a job to go teach some kids in another neighborhood past 3 schools, and they are doing their work. They're doing their very best work. We just saw that tonight. They are making gains by leaps and bounds, but we still have people in our system that are not. And if we see this data is telling us that, it is incumbent upon the administration to give them people support. They got to get right or they got to get left. They cannot continue to teach our children. They just cannot. And if it's a fact of I need support because I don't know which method to use, and you said that's a tool. The tool is called, speed dial, then we have to do that. And I get that. How do we support them better so that they can do what we've hired them to do? So maybe they're not having to deal so much with discipline. We took the phones away. I mean, that was a big part of it, right? And so what is the other thing that's causing this? Is it cursing, right? So we got to teach them a time. Like, I curse too. I don't do it right now, right? Is it, what is the word we use in the referrals? That's the
Insubordination.
Insubordination. I just didn't like the way you said that. Yeah, see, you've been a teacher, you've been a principal, That's the kind of thing that we have to help our educators understand, that was the tone they said it in, but that's how everybody talks. So now what you say is, this how you talk to Miss Hunter, this how Miss Hunter gonna talk to you. There's some training to be done, because some of this is just honestly cultural. It is, right? Except for teachers, like, why are they screaming? They're not screaming, we just talk loud. We're just talking loud. They're not upset, just talking loud. It's passion. But I think we have some work, and I know I'm probably gonna get in trouble. We're not supposed to talk about the differences, but that's still happening. And our teachers aren't, like, I'm teaching them that, but not a lot of people are training teachers on that. And we have a lot of people that are not certified, that haven't gone through a program, whether it's alternative, whatever. So I really would like to see on these campuses where there's like 99, 61, 55, and then I go over and it's like 55 infractions, 50% of them are African American. Really? Okay. Or if it's like 2, and both of those were African American. Why? I mean, they could be some babies kids. I don't know. But what I'm saying is I think that it's important for the district to look at that, where we see those numbers really, really high, or like, you have 5 black kids. Why are they always getting in trouble? Or you have like 10, Hispanic kids. Why are they always getting in trouble? I think that's some work that needs to be done when we see this kind of data, because I see the goals that we want for 28, 29. I don't think we're going to get there at this rate. We got to do something like we've done in academics. We have to do something drastic so we can see those numbers go down. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Trustee Foster.
To Trustee Hunter's point, I love pulling up we have aggregates, we have big numbers, but the potential illumination that comes from the granular look, both at individual kids who are sort of repeat flyers. I don't know the polite way to talk to this reality that some kids are struggling repeatedly and in predictable ways because of the sets of circumstances, and the ways in which both the training and the big picture, but then also the local solution making speaks to the granular, speaks to what is happening for a specific child or a specific group of children. So I'm curious just to hear a little bit more about that. But then the other piece on the granularity, and I'm just really glad this was lifted up, which is the extent to which we have an understanding of the extent to which disproportionality comes from specific classrooms and then specific campuses. And if that is a piece of the puzzle, and if it is a piece of the puzzle, how do we think about that? Because there's global trainings, but then there's also their deep data dive that's very quickly illuminating that in this particular classroom we might have a challenge. So I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. I appreciate it. So Trustee, let me first talk about that DISPRO when it's, we see something that's in a particular classroom or in a particular grade level, so on and so forth, and how that support looks different than what we're doing for the whole. That's the way I understood the question. Part of those 9-week discipline action plans, part of the things that the administrators identify is they see all of their referrals that have been entered for that particular, actually cumulative. So from the first day of the school year all the way up until that last day of the reporting period. So then they're able to see, and part of the question that we consider is who's given it, who's given the most referrals? Where is it coming from? And so part of their plans that they're able to identify is that, okay, this grade level or this grade band or this particular set of staff, these are some adult behaviors that we're going to have to support. And sometimes that's done through just that coaching that happens with the administrator and the teacher. I can share with you that there were a few administrators that shared with me recently that they went into particular classrooms and particular PLCs and did trainings, particularly with some folks that those numbers were coming up a lot, and they reoriented them back to the campus discipline plan. This is what's a classroom managed behavior. This is what is a behavior that you call me for, so that I'm not your first go-to all the time, me being the administrator. So that's one way, those campus 9-week discipline action plans that our administrators are working on that has that more specific way of supporting where those numbers are coming the highest, whether it be from a particular set of staff or maybe it's the new folks, maybe it's not the new folks, but our administrators are the best equipped to be able to point that out and then support accordingly. The first question, somebody, Doctor, if you don't mind repeating it, because I wrote something down, but I can't read my handwriting because I was writing fast, so if you don't mind repeating that question.
The support for individual students.
Mm-hmm.
The support for individual students who are sort of predictably facing, challenges.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to speak to that a couple different ways. The first and foremost, yes, is in those 9-week discipline action plans. Part of that back and forth that we're having between our discipline office and the campuses are asking about particular students where Brandy's name is coming up, LaShonda's name, and Marianne's name, where we're particularly asking about them. Who's their trusted adult? What supports are being done for the student? How are those supports going? Sometimes that relationship just takes some time. So sometimes the principals and assistant principals just say, listen, these are our strategies. We just got to stay committed to it. We got to stay committed for the long haul because right now there's some walls that that are not yet down to where that relationship can be as we want it to be. I was talking with a campus just the other day. The assistant principal mentioned a student that has had a significant amount of time out of class due to discipline. She mentioned what she was doing as far as having those check-ins with him frequently. And then she said something that was something that we want to hear so many people say, and we want to hear this more often. She said, I already know when it's going to be a day that's going to be challenging because of the way that check-in goes. And so because the check-in went a particular way, there's some other things that we may put in place for him that works. He passed this semester, this fall semester. It was the first time he passed in his high school career. He passed his high school semester. The granularity that particular assistant principal, of all the students that she has in that building that she was able to speak with in terms of what works for him and his accomplishments, is the way that we want everybody to be able, or more people to be able to do. And ideally everyone. The other ways that students are getting particular support is that some of the collaborations that Dr. Lewis spoke about is that on a frequent basis, we're meeting with counselors and our counseling leadership team and our LMHPs. Those names that are coming up the most in the data are the point of conversation. Because what we're looking at is that how many touches, if you will, how many Tier 1 support opportunities has the student had with their campus counselor? How many have they had with their licensed mental health professional if they have that particular level of support? The other area that we look at, believe it or not, is mentorship. Has the student been matched with a mentor? So this is just part of the, Dr. Maxwell mentioned the collaborative effort as far as almost like this watch list. And you all remember this, back in the day we used to have data tables in a room and there would be a whole table and all of our students and what they were doing and how they were doing what so that we could mobilize support accordingly. We have something similar to that we call a watch list when it comes to discipline, where our students who have had multiple suspensions, multiple removals for discretionary offenses, particularly within short frames of time, those are the students that make it to that watch list, if you will, and that is the content of the conversation that we have with LMHPs, counselors, mentorship, special education, because sometimes it may be a situation where we need to take a look back at that IEP, we need to take a look back at that behavior intervention plan and consider things differently. So those are just a few of the ways that at the campus level, but then also at the central office level of mobilizing the folks that work hands-on with the students, that we take a look to see how we might be able to support students better, not just through suspending, but getting to the root of that behavior, but also trying to see what's behind the behavior as well, to see if there's a way that that we can support at that, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, as far as that safety and that security, so on and so forth. Is there something there that we haven't met yet that will help be on the other end of not having that student miss so much class? So those are just a couple of the ways that we've started. We're not done yet. By no stretch of the imagination are we done. We know we've got more work to do, but those are some of the ways that we've started.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the deep data dives that I know are happening on a regular basis, both to look at what's happening for individual students and also what's happening in terms of teams or individual classrooms, et cetera. And I guess I'm excited by the notion of some sort of universals. These are just what some good practices look like. Here are some good effective interventions in this case, in this case, in this case, but then also diving more deeply to identify where there's individual folk whom we need to support their growth as instructors, as teachers. And maybe offline, I'm just curious to continue to learn about what specific supports or interventions are the best for a teacher who's facing a challenge in their capacity to serve all of their kids well and not have these disproportionate outcomes. And the disproportionality can be ECODIS, not ECODIS, emergent bilingual, not emergent bilingual, but the disproportionality could be this classroom, that classroom. Here's 2 third grade classrooms, and when you step into this classroom, here's how many referrals, all this stuff. I continue to be interested in the development and support of our teachers, both in making sure that we identify where that's a piece of the puzzle, and then what are the most effective supports for folks, including in the case of sort of counseling out or saying, there's another way to go. But I have so many more questions, but we can have offline conversations as I continue to learn. And I thank you for all y'all are doing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trustee Kaufman.
I have many questions which I'm going to save for written. I'll send them in writing to you and discuss at our one-to-one. But one thing I want to just note is that I echo all the concerns around the shadow discipline and the importance of ensuring that this is not a measure of what we report, but it's a measure of improvement for kids. And as a former principal in the district, I can echo the evidence of shadow discipline happens all the time. So just want to elevate that again. I do just have one comment, though, just around the focus on our choice to focus on economically disadvantaged. And just to recognize that what the data shows here, we don't have the percentages of student group on here, which I find curious why we don't include the percentage of student group on here, because we can see the disproportionality. But our numbers for students in special education is like the percentage of the exclusionary discipline is 2.5 times greater than the population of students. The percentage of African-American students with the exclusionary disciplinary actions is 2.5 times our percentage of the population, whereas our percentage of economically disadvantaged is roughly like 0.5 higher, like 50% higher. So it's not the biggest area where we're disproportionating is with those two groups. So I just want to emphasize, yes, let's focus on seeing improvement in that one and how that can ripple effect to the others. But if we're not specifically looking at how and why is this being, how and why is this happening to our African-American students and special education students more than others, then we're not going to see that ripple effect. So just want to make that comment. But yeah, I have several other questions which I'll submit separately. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional? Trustee Gonzalez.
So I've heard the questions and the feedback from the conversation thus far, and so I'm wondering now, we just redid these, but when might be an appropriate time to address some of the concerns? Because I don't know that the GPM or the CPM as it's written really addresses concerns around shadow discipline or additionally, I appreciated Trustee Hunter's suggestion about randomized parent feedback, but I also don't think that that would capture where there are discrepancies from campus to campus, nor would it be easy to glean understandings about how things are going at large if you are surveying a family that might be particularly under-resourced or one that is hyper-resourced. I don't know that that would give an accurate depiction of system-wide how things are performing, but based on all the feedback that I'm hearing, it seems like there's a need to perhaps fine-tune what our aim is with this particular constraint progress measure. Excuse me.
Thank you. I appreciate that suggestion based on what we're hearing. Thank you.
Yeah, just one quick revision. I think Trustee Kaufman kind of got the wheel turning for me, but I think seeing the percents of within each subpopulation within their own population, like what's the percentage of special education students out of the total population? What's the percentage? Because that seems like an easier way to encapsulate it. And then kind of echoing on what Trustee Gonzalez said, I think the constraint to me still seems sound, but maybe the measures on it could be tweaked just a little bit. I don't know how necessary that is as long as we're getting the correct data for us to be evaluating it. Just because it does seem like, it requires a little bit more digging through the data that we're receiving.
Thank you. And I think, Josh, I might ask that we put this on the governance agenda just to talk about maybe a time in the right window when we're not, changing the expectations mid-year, but something that we might consider updating between now and next year for the upcoming school year. So I welcome any thoughts that the superintendent has about how we might dial it in and respond to some of the questions we're hearing. Some of it sounds like it may just be how it's reported, and some of it may be how we're thinking about it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, President Boswell. I think what I've heard are some opportunities to improve the way the data is represented and maybe add some additional data to this data set in order to answer the questions that came about. This is the first time we're presenting it, and we just changed it, and we just changed it 3 months ago. So I think there's room for improvement, certainly. I would say I think putting it on governance is totally appropriate. Let me see what I can do based on feedback I got, because some of it might be pretty simple to incorporate without having to do a wholesale change. I don't know that I want to take that on at this moment, but I'm happy to take it to governance and explore it. But in the meantime, we can certainly make adjustments.
Thank you for that. And I want to just acknowledge a couple other things. One, we're focusing rightly on the experience for students and what's happening to them when they have a disciplinary removal, either one that's documented or one that's not documented. But I want to just acknowledge the challenges that teachers face in this field, and that whether it's based on lack of experience or whether it's based on lack of support, whether it's based on just the reality of having so many kids in your classroom, it is extremely difficult to be a teacher, and our teachers are asking for help, right? And I don't just mean Austin, I mean the nation's teachers are asking for help in addressing the challenges of their kids to make so that they have a day where they feel safe, where they feel that their kids in the classroom are safe. And so that's one of the reasons that these things happen, is because teachers are concerned about their safety and the safety of the kids in the classroom. And so that's just, I want to just elevate, bring attention again to any teachers who are listening. I understand, we recognize that this is really hard work to do. And so I really don't want to demonize our teachers in this work. I want to focus on the system and how can we make sure the system is honestly and accurately reporting the data, and that we are taking really good steps in investing in solutions to that. And then I just want to note also that the context in which we're doing this work, which is in the legislature, because of concerns from families and teachers about discipline in school, that House Bill 6 made exclusionary discipline much more likely, right, with creating more opportunities for teachers unilaterally to remove kids from their classroom. And then the school is in a position of finding where do we put the kids who the teachers removed from the classroom. So there's a lot of challenges that are going on with this. So I just want to acknowledge the hard work that you're doing. And as I ask very critical questions, and as we ask very critical questions about this work, to recognize how hard the work is and to appreciate the work that you're doing, but more importantly, the work the teachers are doing.
Thank you. Any additional from this direction? Trustee Singh, have your questions been asked and answered? Okay.
Yeah, I'll ask one. So, I heard that, this can be or is being used to see which teachers need additional support. So I just kind of want to go through, like, when I was a teacher, some things I saw, which as a board member, now I understand why certain things were being, like, asked of teachers. So something I noticed was there were teachers who wrote more disciplinary referrals than other teachers. But I also know that those teachers there could be rooms where things were very chaotic and no disciplinary referrals were ever written because that was not something that was going to get you help. It was something that was going to get your boss in trouble and therefore you in trouble or getting attention that you did not want. So I would say that has always been my concern with this progress measure. I've seen, like, the unintended consequences of it, and it was really a lot of our veteran teachers they would still write the referral anyway because they would follow the procedure, and those were the classes where things were actually they had the best, I would say, like, classroom management. Their classes ran really well. I don't think it was not because they were writing referrals, because they were good at teaching. They're good at their job. They're good at classroom management. And the teacher next door might be writing no referrals, but having a chaotic environment. So I don't think, like, any of these, exclusionary discipline makes your class well behaved. But so, those teachers would be told to write fewer referrals. So I worry about the unintended consequences of this of this type of CPM. So I just kind of want to hear your thoughts on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point, Trustee, and I'm glad you brought it up because maybe that's sometimes could be, as you said, unintended part of the pressure to don't write anything because the big bad boogie data set of CPM 1.2 is going to catch it. And it's going to get put in front of everybody that you did that, and these are your numbers that are for your school. And the more you write, or the more discipline it seems that you have, the more it does feel like or tell the story that things may be chaotic, and somebody could be suffering in silence, right? That I just don't want to be on that list that people are like, well, don't go to Miss Gratton's class. So I see your point for sure regarding the unintended consequences, and I think part of the way, and again, more work to be done for sure. Some of the initial work that is being done is to take a look at discipline and discipline support in a non-punitary manner. Like there's no shaking of the finger. I'm just thinking about a conversation just recently had with one of our secondary schools, and yes, the numbers were not exactly where we wanted them to be. The tone of the conversation was not, for lack of a fussy at all. It was authentic, it was raw, it was, this is what's going on, and everyone that was part of that had raised their hand and said, hey, I got this right here in my pocket. This is a strategy that we might use. Are you all interested in that? And the administrators were able to say yay or nay. And so I think that at least starting there with the intent and the hope of that trickling all the way through the organization, all the way, to folks that have those kiddos standing in the front of, they're standing in the front of the classroom. That's our hope to take those situations where discipline isn't employed and it's utilized, that we don't deal with it with a finger wagging wave, but instead support being authentic and being a way that people choose and have options and have a voice, that this is what's really going on. This is what's happening in my classroom. This is what's happening in this particular part of my campus, and here's how we're addressing it. We're trying to get there. Here's the success that we've seen. Here's where we might need a little bit more help. And so that isn't as precise of an answer as I would like to give, but that's at least where we're starting to try to make it, again, more supportive, not punitive at all in terms of what our numbers look like disciplinary-wise.
And if I could just add in, I think that's also where that preventative work comes in. So I talked a little bit earlier about ensuring that our campus administrators understand that we do have to stop and pause sometimes. Academics is absolutely important. That's why we're all here. But if we can take time at the beginning of the year to set that foundation and to implement strong Tier 1 systems on our campus where our kids feel like they belong, they feel connected, they have those trusted adults on the campus, then that will help so that some of those behaviors that we are seeing, even if the teacher is not writing a referral, that we're no longer seeing. So those strong Tier 1 systems, implementing our restorative practices on our campuses, having our campuses do with fidelity some of that character strong work that we know that will result in some positive outcomes for our students. That's where all of that comes in.
Yeah, I was just going to add, this is, I love the conversation because I think it's very clearly describing how complex the system is. And we see this in other initiatives, other parts of our work where you can move quickly, but sometimes if you go too quickly, you pick up a bad habit, right? And I think when we think about this data set as we refine it, we're looking at relative improvement, continuous improvement, identify where you have gaps so you can collect the data, but also at the same time, I think, Trustee Woodley, to your point, you could do something that ultimately ends up being exactly what you don't want. So I just want to reinforce, because this is a new data set that we're tracking. It's a new target. The team's been working very, very hard. We're moving in the right direction. There's lots of improvement as needed, right? As Brandy has said multiple times. But it is challenging. It's one of those ones that is really kind of hard to get as precise as I think we all would want it to be. But we're working on it, and certainly appreciate the feedback from the trustees.
And I would say, I think it is hard. I think it is the constraint of the constraint. The constraint of the GPM is that it doesn't tell the whole story. And I don't see how a number I can't think of anything that's going to be a number like that is going to tell the whole story of teacher and student experience. So. Thank you.
Sorry, I can't help it. One last comment. I just can't help, in the context of the conversation, it's making me think of IEP goals, replacement behavior. If you're trying to eliminate one thing, what is the thing you're increasing? And so as we're talking about how difficult it is to measure the reduction here, what is the positive effect that potentially would be measurable? I know this is a constraint, so we're not trying to make another goal, but just within that discussion, how can we quantify the positive effect that would be replacing all this discipline?
Be the increase in number of minutes of instruction. I mean, that'd be one way to measure it, right? I mean, because for every discretionary placement, there's going to be time. Quantify that time. I mean, I think there's something that would be the positive, a measurable positive.
And I would say, I'd say that's true, but there's just a peers teacher who's there for 20 years, and so something that he would say was, so maybe there's a student who maybe their number of minutes of instruction are technically increasing because they are in the classroom. But if it is disrupting every other student who is part of a historically marginalized group, we're harming kids that are part of a historically marginalized group. So maybe they are all in the classroom. I have, I think my first year teaching, there was a kid, I think had gotten kicked out of maybe another class, so was late to my class and brought in there by the principal, and the door was pulled shut while he was in there flipping desks in the class. Because he was very, escalated, but he needed to be, the administration felt like he needed to be back in class. So that could look good on paper if we're counting the minutes, but that doesn't look good for any of those students' experience. So just, it is really hard. Maybe not possible with, on a spreadsheet, but I'm sure LSG can help us get there. So thank you.
Good. Well, thank you all for all of this. And I'm really glad to get to serve with a lot of people who've been in the classroom and know things I don't know. So thank you all for that part of the conversation. I have just a couple of questions. One, when I look at that campus level data, there's some with no removals and some with dozens of removals, even at campuses at similar levels or campuses with similar demographics. And I'm wondering if you have a sense of whether that represents kind of what mix of different campus culture, maybe different patterns of student behavior, or maybe different patterns in what's reported. Like how do you understand those really all over the map gaps?
Absolutely, and I'm going to refer back to some things that some administrators told me, and some also typed in their discipline action plans. And some of those discipline actions, some of those differences that we see of those discipline actions being, of course, ISS, OSS, and removal, are because some of the strategies employed by the campuses are the attempt to try other alternatives to suspension before jumping to sending a student away. I'm thinking about one particular campus right on the top of brain right now, and the things that they've listed very explicitly of what of the responses they're having to top offense behavior before a student is ever given a piece of paper or a phone call is ever made to a parent stating that, hey, your student's going to have to be at home tomorrow, or that you're going to be in ISS. So that's the first thing that I think about, President, to that question as far as the differences in some of those total discipline action numbers that we see for other campuses. I would say that part of that is the way that administrators are responding to those top offense behaviors that in most cases might get a student ISS, OSS, or otherwise. I would also say, just to reference a couple of our campuses that were outliers, emphasizing time in those CST meetings where the students are looked at in a very deep way beyond just the behaviors, to try to see proactively and as quickly as possible what are the response mechanisms that need to be used for those students so that we don't have a conflict that ends up erupting. And lastly, I'll reference one more campus that stated that, Brandy, we are working so hard to build a relationship between students and administrators. Yes, we always talk about students to students, students to teachers, so on and so forth, but we're working so hard to build that relational capacity with our students to administrators, especially being the ones that hold the power to sit in your home or not. We're working so hard for that relationship that our students have begun to see our efforts, that they're coming to us proactively before something erupts. They're coming to us when there's a tension in a particular class and they just not wanting to go, or whatever the case may be, so that options can be explored before a situation happens. So those are just some of the ways that I believe, based on what I'm hearing and reading from our administrators, that give us a better indication as to why we're seeing some of those differences in total discipline action numbers.
In no way do I mean this to be disrespectful or rude, but like those kind of generalized statements about the things that teachers are doing and our kids feeling comfortable doing this, like where do we get evidence that that's occurring and that's how our students are experiencing this on 120 campuses across the district? Like, it seems like a very broad statement to make in response to that question, that I don't see how that can be supported by evidence when we know that the experiences of our students differ widely and there are many students still experiencing these things in a very different way.
Yeah, absolutely. Trustee, there's one thing that I can think of as far as the evidence that would point to something like that. Part of that is when referrals are written, we see the multitude of ways that they're responded with, whether it's ISS was assigned or otherwise. But we also see things like peer mediation, that was a response, or a referral to a counselor or CIS or some type of support services, that was indeed the response. So there are some ways that we're able to attach the very generalized, as you said, and I agree with you, very broad statement to some numbers, nickels and noses, if you will, that we can attach to some of the things that we're seeing just when we take a look at all the referrals that have been written at any given time to see how they've been responded to. And our office is, interestingly enough, has developed an appetite for trying to see what other ways that are options for behavior, alternatives to suspension, what else is being utilized, and how are those numbers shifting and changing over the course of years to help correspond to also, what we're seeing in those campus discipline plans and the conversations that we're having. How do we back it up with some of just the raw data? And that's one way that I can think of initially. And I know when I percolate some more on this, I may think of some other.
Thank you.
Thank you both for that. And then talking about unintended consequences and what context that might help us understand this information better. If I remember correctly, the last time we talked about this CPM, it was a different measure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know it's been recalibrated, but we had looked at the total actions year over year as well. And my understanding is disproportionality went down, but the total number of removals went up. And it's one of those kind of unintended consequences, that's not what we meant. So we could celebrate the decrease in disproportionality,
Right.
but there were real concerns about just the increase in the number. And I think understanding if both are trending in the right direction as we talk about this would be helpful as well. So I
Yeah.
think just next time we talk about it, I think in the report, that would be really valuable to me. To help understand these numbers in the context of the larger work.
Absolutely.
Anything else? All right, thank you all very much. I appreciate the conversation with all of our colleagues. Appreciate the information and from all of you. And now we need to vote on whether we will accept this monitoring report, and we're voting to accept it as a formal acknowledgement that we had a satisfactory conversation with the superintendent and have a deeper understanding about how the current reality for students lines up with our vision. So I will entertain a motion to accept the report.
I move to accept the monitoring report.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Having a motion from Vice President Whitley Chu, a second by Secretary Gonzalez to accept the monitoring report. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. Thank you very much. And thank you all very much. And we will now continue our discussion on student achievement and present on Constraint Progress Measure 1.1. That's our special education evaluations. Again, we need to confirm that the monitoring report is complete. We read the elements a minute ago, so I don't think we need to read them all again. Does anyone have evidence that the elements of an effective report are not present? All right. So we will now turn the floor over to Superintendent Segura for the presentation, and we have an hour allotted for this one as well.
Thank you, President Boswell. The team and I will present on the board monitoring report. I have joining me Dr. Cherry Lee, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Special Education and Health Services, Dr. Jennifer Baker, Senior Executive Director of Special Education Compliance Operations Reporting and Evaluation, and Amanda Reyes, Director of Evaluations. This is indeed Constraint 1, underserved students. It states the superintendent shall not allow campus practices that exclude disproportionately impact or fail to support historically underserved student groups. The constraint progress measure that was identified, special education evaluation, the number of pending evaluations will be less than the set goals for summer, fall, and spring at 0 evaluations exceeding the required evaluation timelines by December 2025. For just awareness purposes, this was a constraint progress measure that the board and the administration felt was absolutely necessary to continue to ensure that we are providing the services to our students and also being responsive to all the work tied to the special education recovery effort, which started back almost exactly 3 years ago to the day. So the initiative alignment, special education, again, priority 1A at that time, and it continues to be a priority for us. Evaluation of progress, certainly a big milestone tonight. The district has met the constrained progress measure of 0 evaluations exceeding the required evaluation timeline as December 9th, 2025. So I think to kind of let that sink in, like 3 years ago when we were building this out, one of the things that we said was we had to get to 0 by December 2025. And the system as a whole began to work. We planned, we allocated resources, the board supported us in making difficult decisions, and month over month, semester over semester, we've been able to progress the work and achieve this pretty significant milestone. I don't know how to say how hard this has been. I mean, it's almost impossible to describe in words, but it's a huge credit to AISD as a whole, our staff, our principals, the leaders here in front of me, previous leaders. This does not happen by accident. It takes an incredible amount of planning. I would say a lot of confident people doing bold things that historically had not been done in Austin ISD. And so to be here 3 years after that, we kind of set that target. It's pretty incredible. So I would say that we have met are on track or met. I don't know how to describe that any better than that. And certainly want to hand it off to the team here to take us through this incredible work.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Segura, Board of Trustees, and staff and community members tuning in. Timely special education evaluations are critical to ensuring students with disabilities receive the appropriate resources, supports, and interventions that are aligned to their individual needs. And school districts are legally required to meet evaluation timelines established in state and federal law. Now, we experienced tremendous challenges that Superintendent Segura mentioned in the 21-22 school year with meeting special education evaluation timelines. And our district team acknowledged the noncompliance, and we began the challenging and very complex work of stabilizing the backlog of evaluations and building a compliance system where students were evaluated on time and families received their child's full individual evaluations prior to the initial ARD meeting. And to support the monitoring efforts, the district established this constraint focused on special education evaluations. CPM 1.1 closely monitors the evaluation completion against the legally required timelines, recognizing that timely evaluations are essential to accurately identifying student needs. And under this measure, all requested evaluations, initials, and reevaluations must meet required timelines. Specifically, the full individual initial evaluations must be completed within 45 school days of receiving parent consent. And reevaluations must be completed on or before the student's 3-year triennial anniversary of their most recent full and individual evaluation, aligned with state and federal laws. So in September 2023, as Superintendent Segura did mention, we entered into an agreed order with TEA, and the order established clear performance expectations for compliance. So by the 25-26 school year, per the order, we're required to achieve a performance level of 0 on the federally required element of the state performance plan indicators, meaning we needed to make massive progress over those years. So I'm pleased to report that in the 24-25 TEA results-driven accountability data, Austin ISD has met state requirements for our state performance plan indicators related to evaluation. This represents a drastic and significant improvement from the 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24 school years. I want to extend a very big thank you, a very personal thank you to everyone on our Austin ISD team who supports special education evaluations. That's campus leaders, that's our case managers, that's our school psychologists, our educational diagnosticians, our speech language pathologists, and related service providers. And to the colleagues here tonight. To my right, Dr. Baker and Amanda Reyes, and to the back there, Bailey Gates, who oversees speech language pathologists and related services. We have spent countless hours, all of the members of our team, on holiday breaks, on weekends, and late at night. We've held evaluation clinics over the weekends, like I said, over the holidays. We've assessed students, we've written and finalized reports, and we've monitored timelines to complete the evaluations and get our district back on track. In the last 3 years alone, we've completed over 10,000 initial evaluations. And tonight, Dr. Baker and Amanda Reyes will provide a deeper look at the metrics that show our tremendous efforts and progress and achievement.
Great, thank you, Dr. Lee. Greetings, Superintendent Segura, President Boswell, and the trustees. Tonight is a wonderful milestone that we would love to celebrate, and we're really excited to be with you tonight. I know the hour is late, and the coffee might be wearing off by now, but I promise the news that we're going to share is better than a double espresso. We're going to bring the energy because our district, again, has spent the last 3 to 4 years building a success story that deserves our full attention. Let us start by looking at our local measure of success on the screen, which is Board Constraint Progress Measure CPM 1.1. So Table 1 on the document shows the progress of special education evaluations in 2022 to 2023 school year to present day. As of December 9th, 2025, the district achieved the requirements of CPM 1.1 with 0 initial and 0 reevaluations that passed the required timeline. This is a monumental accomplishment. We even have it on our in our office, December 9th, 2025. We'll always remember. The team is very, very excited about this accomplishment. So overall, the district has significantly improved meeting required timelines year over year, from 1,588 in the 22-23 school year to 163 in the 23-24, and further reducing to 21 in the 24-25 school year, and 0 by December 2025. We are incredibly proud to share that through sheer grit and expertise of our team, we have not just met this scorecard goal, but now consistently meeting state and federal timelines. As mentioned, this was no small feat. It required a massive shift in culture, workflow, and dedication. This progress did not happen by accident. It happened because of the people. To our school psychologists and educational diagnosticians that I know are tuning in right now, you are data detectives, champions of equitable assessment, and the steadfast advocates who believe the potential of every student. You have spent countless hours analyzing complex profiles, ensuring that every evaluation is as comprehensive as it is timely. To our speech-language pathologists, you have been the bridge to communication, working tirelessly to ensure that student needs are identified early so their voices can be heard. To our related service providers, from occupational therapists, physical therapists, mental health specialists, and beyond, you have ensured that the holistic needs of our students are met to maximize their independence. To our campuses, from teachers to administrators, thank you for submitting timely evaluation referrals that are filled with rich academic and behavioral data, so our multidisciplinary teams can hit the ground running with evaluations. This operational transformation is not only reflected in the mastery of our district scorecard goal, it is also reflected in the state's accountability system. So let's take a look at Table 2. Table 2 represents the Texas Education Agency's State Performance Plan Indicators, also referred to as SPPI, for special education evaluations. The state uses SPPI measures to measure a variety of educational metrics to track and monitor districts. As evidenced by the second row on the table, all performance indicators are expected to be at 100% to meet state and federal compliance regulations. Data shows in this table that significant progress has been made in the last 4 years to close the compliance gap for SPP 11A. That's also our school-aged evaluations, and SPPI 12, which is our early childhood evaluations. Both of these are at 100% for the 25-26 school year to date. This table truly exemplifies systematic change. We've shared this table with our teams, and I can't even begin to mention how many tears it has brought to people's eyes, especially those that have been with the district for many, many years and through all the changes. This table also means a lot specifically to Dr. Lee and I, who were hired by the Special Ed and 504 Department in 2021. So we were right there at the beginning of that chart. At that time, we knew evaluation was an area of growth for the district, and we came anyways. It was in the news, it was heard far and wide in evaluators' social media groups, but we wanted to make a change. In February of 2023, I was lucky enough to help secure our amazing evaluation director, to my right, Amanda Reyes. A large part of our success is that the leadership structure is comprised of practitioners. Our assistant superintendent, senior executive director, director of over evaluations. We're all trained and veteran evaluators ourselves. We have also hired an extensive supervisor team made up of incredible school psychologists, diagnosticians, and speech-language pathologists. These people have and continue to build a culture of respect, support, and trust that brings evaluators to Austin ISD and continues to bring them. As Dr. Lee mentioned, we started partnering with the TEA through the agreed order in September of 2023. However, we knew prior to that date that our students were not being evaluated in a timely manner. It's extremely important to note we started doing the work before then. So this table shows, in looking at SPP 11 compliance rating in 21-22, 24.1% compliant. That rose to 83.5 compliance in the 23-24 school year. Equally impressive was the SPP 12 compliance rating in 2021 at a 47.8%. It increased in 23-24 to 74%. So again, this is a huge accomplishment for our district as well as our TEA partners. So let's go a bit granular now. I'm going to take you into some data to help explain the journey of how we got here. Table 3. Table 3 on page 2 shows the total number of initial evaluations and reevaluation referral requests. This is an important data element to show which is the inflow of our evaluations. The table shows a clear upward trend over the past 4 calendar years, peaking in 2024 with 7,196 total requests. New evaluation referrals exhibit a strong cyclical pattern, peaking in the months of October and February, and then dropping sharply in the months of summer, June, July, August, when school's out. Comparing evaluation referrals through the same time frame, we are about 6.5% less than in 2024 and 12% higher than in 2023. But please note, with the introduction of vouchers for students in private schools through Senate Bill 2, which is the Texas Education Freedom Accounts, TIFA, we predict the number of evaluation referrals to increase for the spring semester. We actually heard this morning at a regional service center meeting that there are currently 775 schools that have registered to accept the TIFA funds in the state of Texas. 70 of these schools are in the Austin area alone. So application submissions, begin in February. State guidance for districts is still forthcoming, and we will continue to provide updates to the board and the community as we receive them. Let's move on to graph 1, which is on page 3. Graph 1 represents the district's performance regarding initial consents pending from January 2023 through December 2025. We wanted to provide annotations here on the graphs to show the key milestones that impacted the district during the specific timeframes during the scorecard constraint report period. The district began 2023 in a high volume state with significant backlogs. In January 2023, there were 1,700 total pending consents, with 840 of those already out of timeline. This period marked by the A shows the start of the organizational change in the special education department. Total pending consents peaked in May 2023 at 2,013, with 779 of those being out of timeline. This represents a period of critical deficit. Between those time periods, as shown in B, the district developed the recovery plan, and the board approved a 20% salary increase for school psychologists and diagnosticians. As time progressed from those milestones, the gap between out-of-compliance evaluations continued to shrink. Then you will see for letter C, the TEA order was put in place September 2023. Due to the TEA order, we invested significant effort and time into professional learning for our employees, as well as time and financial resources into our current digital management system to ensure state regulatory compliance. By August 2024, the district reached 0 out-of-timeline initial evaluations, and our output was able to keep up with the inflow of the referrals. From then, the current date, does this keep going out, or is this just me? Okay. But I'm not imagining it? Okay, cool. That's all I want to know. I'm not going crazy. Okay, at least not today. All right, so from then to the current date, we have sustained 100% compliance with initial evaluation timelines. This is evident by the yellow and the blue trend lines converging, as well as the gray line lying on that x-axis. In October 2024, the district was provided an extension from the TEA to find and transition to a new digital management system that met all state requirements for accurate, valid, and reliable reporting. In November 2024, marked by D, staff salary adjustments were made by the passing of TRE to include speech-language pathologists and related services. In January 2025, marked by E, the board approved additional full-time employee positions, or FTEs, for school psychologists, diagnosticians, speech-language pathologists, occupational therapists, physical therapists, and mental health specialists. This investment significantly helped the district transition from a heavy reliance on contractors to an employment model to build and retain highly qualified staff. In March 2025 to August 2025, the team underwent a massive hiring event to recruit and onboard these staff members to join Team Austin ISD. And then, marked by letter F, in July and August of 2025, we transitioned a brand new digital management system. This too was an expeditiously large undertaking that impacted evaluators, case managers, and providers. A huge shout out to our instructional technology team that helped us with that launch and provides continuous support. Now let's look at reevaluations. Graph 2. In addition to the substantial progress made with initial evaluations seen in Graph 1, the district has significantly decreased the number of out-of-timeline reevaluations for students year over year. The key milestones we reviewed in Graph 1 are the same here in Graph 2, so I won't go over each of those for you again. But at the start of 2023, the district again faced significant backlog with reevaluations, similar to what we saw with initial evaluations. In January 2023, there were 1,315 total pending reevaluations, with 940 of those already out of timeline. Total pending consents peaked in May of 2023 at 1,523, with a majority of cases, 1,063 of those, already out of timeline. This represents a massive gap between the demand and capacity. As you can see here on the left side of the graph, the out-of-timeline gray line, the gray trend line is higher on the left side of the graph, and it's down to 0 in December of 2025 on the right side of the graph. This is exactly what we want to see. We want to see that the gray line mirrors the x-axis, showing 0 out-of-timeline reevaluations, or on the previous graph, initial evaluations. But we also want to see the yellow trend line for total pending evaluations and the blue trend line merge, which is depicted here in this graph as of December 2025. The system was able to cover that inflow. In looking at this data through the root cause analysis on page 4, there have been 2 primary historical barriers, which we've gone over before, but I'll reiterate. It was staffing shortages and resource constraints. Both made it nearly impossible to meet the legally required timelines for student evaluations without the district's intervention and support. To keep our heads above water, we relied heavily on contracted staff. This model lacked long-term stability and deep-rooted community connection that our students deserve. With the board's courageous support, we stopped looking for a temporary fix, and we started building a permanent foundation. You authorized a critical shift, increasing compensation to competitive levels and transitioning from a costly contractor model to a robust employment model. The results of that investment are clear and undeniable. In 2021, we had 22 evaluators. You remember that? Yeah. I remember that. You remember that? Me too. It was bleak. It was very bleak, especially for 2 people that are evaluators. And now in 2025, we have 152. We're very proud to have 86 educational diagnosticians and 66 school psychologists. We now employ 117 speech-language pathologists. This is massive. We just looked today, and we have potential 18 school psychology interns that are interested and want to come to Austin ISD. We to continue to grow and build our partnerships with the universities and colleges that were not there previously. So we're really excited about that. This speaks volumes not only to the commitment the district has put in to growing a stable and compliant system for students and families and campuses, it shows that Austin ISD has become a place these professionals want to build their careers. So let's talk outliers for this data. So reevaluations, specifically the step in conducting a review of existing evaluation data meeting at the campus level, continue to be an area of improvement for the district. As we've mentioned in previous presentations with reads, some students might only require informal data continue eligibility, while others necessitate actual formal testing. In these cases, evaluation must be requested and completed by that 3-year triennial or anniversary date. To improve timeliness at the beginning of 25-26 school year, we required all campus principals, department chairs, and evaluators to schedule their read meetings for the entire year. We also distribute weekly campus-specific reports to all campus administrators with students' 3-year triennial dates. The weekly automated reports flag all reevaluations coming due in the next 90, 60, and 30 days. By forcing attention to these cases 3 months out, staff can complete the necessary preparation to schedule the read meeting, review and decide if further evaluation is needed for students, obtain parent consent if a further evaluation is necessary, and provide a report prior to or by the student's legally required evaluation timeline. It's important for us to reiterate that it's easy to look at timeline as compliance. However, it's not a set of numbers on a spreadsheet. For us, timelines is a promise. Every time we meet a deadline, we are telling a family, we see your child. We understand their needs. We are not going to make you wait 1 second longer than necessary to get them the support they deserve. Because of our evaluations are being completed on time, our IEP meetings happen sooner. Our interventions start earlier, and our students begin seeing success faster. I'm now going to hand it over to Amanda to give more detail about the day-to-day progress of our evaluation staff and the next steps.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Baker and Dr. Lee. And good evening, Superintendent and Trustees. I'm very honored to be here tonight for the first time, and I'm very honored and proud of the work that the team has done. So please forgive me if I get emotional at times. I will really try hard not to. But like Dr. Baker alluded to, the work has been long and hard, but it has been highly rewarding. And I'm very honored to have been part of this historic journey at Austin ISD. So I want to start off with just with the 25-26 school year. The department made a deliberate move away from the centralized contractor-heavy model towards more of a campus-based approach. The goal was to improve continuity for students and families while strengthening relationship accountability at the campus level. To understand the early impact of the shift, we gathered feedback from campus administrators, both principals and assistant principals, across elementary, middle school, and high schools. Administrators highlighted major gains in proactive communication. Campuses reported that they're hearing earlier and more clearly about timelines, about upcoming ARDs and evaluations. They stated that evaluators are more accessible for questions and problem solving, and there was a much stronger sense of collaboration between teachers and administrators and evaluators. One administrator shared having evaluators on campus has been a game changer. Another noted the evaluation process has been improved greatly now that Austin ISD has a full in-house team. And one administrator said, great and consistent communication. Our evaluator is a vital part of the success of the special education team. This visibility and access simply did not exist under the centralized contractor-heavy model. We also heard very strong positive feedback around timeliness. Campuses reported improvements in the completions of evaluations and ARDs. Administrators noted higher quality FIEs and IEPs with better alignment between the evaluation data and the services provided. They also emphasized the benefit of having the evaluator who actually conducted the assessments attend the ARDs in person, which improves that clarity and decision making. One campus administrator stated very directly, we would not have been able to fulfill our timelines if we didn't have our evaluator on campus. Another important theme was trust and quality. Administrators described increased trust in the evaluation process and stronger relationships with families who now have more opportunities to meet with evaluators directly on campuses. Campuses also described the system as more coherent and campus-centered with clearer points of contact and less fragmentation. Several administrators commented on stronger evaluation to IEP alignment, with one noting, we are writing much better initial IEPs. This is what it should be. That speaks to evaluators being embedded in campus teams and participating fully in problem solving and our discussions, not just delivering reports. The key takeaway here is that this model is not just about maintaining compliance. It's about raising the quality of student services and our decision-making. Evaluators are being increasingly seen as integral members of the campus team, not just individuals who come in to test. Overall, the feedback suggests that the campus-based evaluator model is a successful and necessary evolution of the Austin ISD evaluation team. It has begun to stabilize a previously fragmented system, reduce reliance on contractors, and build long-term internal capacity. All right, the next area focuses on how we are being very intentional about stabilizing our capacity and making sure that our resources are aligned with the campus needs. We continuously monitor workload distribution through regular workload audits, evaluation and speech leadership review caseloads on an ongoing basis, with a more intensive formal review conducted each quarter to guide evaluator placements. During those quarterly reviews, we look well beyond simple caseload numbers. We review multiple factors to understand the true demand on the evaluation team, including emergent bilingual enrollment and the need for bilingual evaluators, the number of private schools evaluations connected to each campus, behavior referral trend, and the overall evaluation load, which includes initials, reevaluations, reads, and manifestation determination reviews. We are also paying close attention to TAPS campuses that may require additional support. Supervisors play a critical role in this work. They provide weekly office hours and targeted coaching sessions to support evaluators with complex cases, performance growth, and any workload challenges. The centralized early childhood team manages the high volume of early childhood referrals and timelines, helping to ensure that they are handled consistently and on time. Private and homeschool referrals are currently completed by campus-based evaluators. As Dr. Baker mentioned, we are seeing an increase in these, so we are paying close attention and monitoring the volume of the referrals coming in, along with the TIFA requests. And so as that demand continues to grow, we may consider a more centralized approach in the future to make sure that timelines are met and that campus-based workloads remain manageable. Finally, our bilingual lead evaluators provide targeted support to campuses with high emergent bilingual needs, and particularly for those language-specific evaluations. Altogether, these strategies allow us to be more proactive, data-informed, and responsive. The goal here is to maintain compliance while creating a sustainable system that supports evaluators, campuses, and families. All right, this next slide or area focuses on how we are strengthening guidance, training, and shared accountability across campuses to support high-quality evaluations and ARD practices. First, we are providing more comprehensive training and clear guidance documents for principals and executive directors. These materials focus specifically on the administrator's role in referrals, evaluations, and ARD meeting compliance, so expectations are clear and consistent across campuses. We are also continuing ongoing training for both evaluation staff and campus administrators, with a strong emphasis on proactive reevaluation preparation. This includes planning for reads early, anticipating timelines, and avoiding last-minute decision points that create unnecessary pressure for campuses and families, as well as compliance risks. Another key area is role and process clarity. We are being very intentional about clarifying expectations for evaluator participation in ARDS, as well as how evaluators should be involved in MTSS and the referral process. As this clarity improves, we expect to see more appropriate referrals and see a decrease in over-referrals that occur without sufficient tiered intervention support. We are also continuing to build capacity across all staff in the use of our digital management system. Consistent and accurate use of this system is essential for communication, documentation, and compliance, and ongoing training remains a priority. In partnership with the Department of Academics, we are supporting campuses and strengthening high-quality instruction and evidence-based practices for students who require intervention through MTSS. This collaboration reinforces that that evaluation is not just a standalone process, but part of a broader instructional and support system. Finally, we are providing targeted professional development focused on collaborative communication and campus teaming, effective leadership of evaluation processes and art participation, and student-centered practices with clear, supportive communication for families. These combined efforts reinforce shared responsibility and help to ensure that evaluations and ARDs are high quality, timely, and centered on student needs. Taken together, these efforts reflect our shared commitment to building a strong, sustainable evaluation system that supports campuses, families, and most importantly, our students. We would like to say thank you to Superintendent Segura and the Board of Trustees, district leadership, the entire Austin ISD community for your continued partnership, your trust, and your support as we accomplished this important and historic progress together. We look forward to continuing this work together as we build on this momentum and further strengthen special education services for students across the district. Thank you. And do we now welcome any feedbacks, comments, or questions?
I think this deserves. For starters, and now we'll take some questions.
I'm ready.
Well,
Go.
I just want to say, I think this is it's an incredible thing that's been led by incredible people. And it's been hard. It's been really hard. But I think it just demonstrates that we can do hard things, which is, I think, I keep going back to, like, we can do hard things. And this was like shared ownership of the entire system, led by these two individuals, as well as Dr. Robinette and others, but technology, finance, operations, everybody understanding what this was, I think led to this outcome at this time. And it's gonna impact like how we operate as a district for decades. And I'm just so happy to have gone through it with you both. The first week was tough 3 years ago, but I'm just proud to know you and proud to work alongside you. So, thank you.
Thank you. You ready?
Yeah, I'm really excited. This was something that I think it's when you accomplish something like this that seems impossible, it can look a lot easier than it was from the outside. And this was something we hired our superintendent for. This is the reason I ran. I mean, that seems like a crazy reason to have, like, you have a 7-month-old and you're like, I'm gonna run for school board because there's a problem that's being hidden and somebody has to fix it. And I want to thank my colleagues for believing me, believing the community, and putting this as our #1 priority when we were hiring a superintendent, hiring someone who could fix this problem that no one else could have fixed this, period. And so when you talk about those 22 evaluators, I want to kind of thank them first, of how they had this impossible task in front of them, and they stayed with us. They stayed because they cared so much. It's really, really hard to care about your job and care about kids and not be able to do your best. And so thank you for supporting them to do their best and to stay. And when we said we have interns now, I was just calling, I would cold call people in the community and they would take my call. I called diagnosticians and school psychologists at UT and said, I think we need interns. Y'all don't send interns. They said, no, we would not send interns there. We will not. I said, well, what would have to happen? I don't work here. I can't, arrange it. But I'm just curious, what would have to happen for y'all to send interns here? And she goes, well, look at what school psychologists are supposed to do. And I'm looking at it, and I just send it to Patias. And so that's a really big deal. And that's part of our whole community coming behind us and doing this together. And I wanted to ask about so we've hired some, because this costs a lot of, it costs a lot of money. And so I see what we're doing here as, when we're talking about discipline, when we're talking about academic data, and we're talking about all these things that we need to do. The fact was, y'all needed more money to do this. We had to allocate more money. We had to get the best people in every single position. So from evaluators to the support that the evaluators have. And I would say one reason I know y'all are good at your job is not just from the results that I see, is because evaluators talk about you and talk about the support that they have. And that's what means the world to me. So when I think about our discipline and we're looking at the data, there aren't enough people in the schools to give all of the kids what they need and for that school to function. There aren't enough people in the schools to give every single kid what they need to be able to reach their full academic potential. You cannot have one person taking care of that many kids. There isn't a computer program I see this the MTSS, this is the tier, our tier one is doing the evaluations, and then it helps you do every other thing better. So it's yes, replicate this, and then also we're not getting revenue from the state. I want to know who pays for evaluations for students who are in private school or who are homeschooled. How do we get funding to pay for that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we are required legally to evaluate students who are parentally placed in homeschool or private school residing in this school district. 2 years ago, the state did pass legislation that offers us $1,000 per student that's evaluated. So in the 23-24 school year, we received $4.5 million for the state. We completed 4,500 evaluations. In the 24-25 school year, we drew down $3.75 million. We completed 3,750 evaluations. So again, for every student that we evaluate, we do receive $1,000 from the state. That is new and was passed from legislation from the 2023 legislative session. So that does hold true for those students that we evaluate that are parentally placed through private school or homeschool. But that's the funding that we receive.
And I think Dr. Cherry Lee, one thing, I think understanding the number of people that contribute to the evaluation process and the time that it takes, and I know $1,000 may seem like a lot out there, but when you think about how much time and the resources deployed to do an evaluation,
yes,
the reporting and the parts that go along with it, and then maybe touch on that a little bit, and also what happens if it goes to the next level. And we were talking about this I guess a couple of days ago around the expenses that could accrue if there's a request that comes after the evaluation occurs, which we get zero funding for. So could you touch on those two things? Those are big numbers.
Yeah, and I might rely on my colleagues too, but, evaluations aren't just the educational diagnostician or the school psychologist completing an evaluation. Many of our evaluations also include components from speech language pathologists, occupational therapists, physical therapists. We could even have adaptive PE or a counseling as a related service, which in our district we hire a mental health specialist, which may be a social worker, or could be a school psychologist to complete those. So they're multidisciplinary evaluations. So it's not just a single setting where an evaluator is testing a child or reviewing data. They're also conducting parent interviews. They're conducting observations. They're visiting and interviewing teachers. And then we have these additional related service providers and speech pathologists that are also contributing. So an evaluation may take 12 hours, let's say, for a school psychologist to pull all that data together and write the evaluation, but then there's other providers that are contributing to that. So, if you just look at an hourly rate, I mean, yes, the evaluations themselves are costing significantly more than $1,000. That does not cover the cost of what it costs our school district to evaluate students. When we're using contracted services, when we have a contract school psychologist and we've contracted with a speech pathologist, we're looking at more like $5,000 or $6,000 to complete that evaluation. We're also responsible for completing independent educational evaluations for parents that may disagree with an evaluation, and the district is also liable to pay for that as well. And those run between $3,000 to $6,000 depending on the extensiveness, the complexity of that evaluation as well. One thing that's not covered is the reevaluation. So we talked about the initial evaluations, but we also have to reevaluate children every 3 years or before if the ARD committee or parents request that evaluation. So those are additional evaluations that are being conducted in a child's, special education journey, and those are not reimbursed by the state as well. Yeah. You guys want to add anything to that? Did I miss anything?
No, I think it's great.
So like you said, some evaluations cost more than others. So if there's
Significant, yeah.
So if there's a child who needs a physical therapy evaluation, so that's child A, and then another child who needs a speech language evaluation, a physical therapy evaluation, an occupational therapy evaluation, a school psychologist evaluation, cognitive evaluation, probably more because I don't evaluate and I don't know.
Could be behavior, right? We're looking at behavior.
So they need like 10 evaluations and this child needs one. Would we get $1,000 per evaluation, or we get the same amount
It's
for
the
each
same
child?
amount, right? It's just, for one full evaluation, it's $1,000.
And just one caveat too, they're for only initial evaluations. So you wouldn't just have a physical therapy evaluation. It would be that comprehensive, full individual evaluation. That's what we get the money for, not just the one kid that had the physical therapy evaluation.
But
Does that make sense?
But as Superintendent Segura was mentioning, we'll conduct an initial evaluation, and then the team may determine later, right, in that child's journey that we do a physical therapy evaluation is required, or maybe we're now going to look at speech. We have concerns around speech, so we don't get additional funding for those additional reevaluations at a later date.
And then so the reevaluation that is required and necessary.
Right.
So if they're in kindergarten for the next 13 years. And so what about our students that are in the school who request evaluation? Is there funding for that?
Yeah,
Do they get additional funding if a parent or teacher requests an evaluation?
Right, so any initial evaluation that we complete we are drawing down $1,000 on that evaluation.
Thank you, that's.
But when you do a cost analysis, as Superintendent Segura mentioned,
Absolutely.
it is very disparate.
What would be the hourly, could you give me an example of an hourly rate of like maybe a school psychologist or just contracted?
A contracted school psychologist, anywhere from $70 to $95 an hour.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Kaufman.
Okay, so yes, I want to echo the commendation for all the efforts and the success with this. This did seem unachievable at the time that it started, when I first started on the board, and so that we're here is amazing. I want to echo that this is what a big part of what we hired Matthias for, and to see success in this is a big validation of that. I also want to commend the families involved in this for their contributions to this, the families for their patience when their students were behind the timeline and evaluations, the families for their advocacy for their kids who filed the complaints that led to the action that we needed to take. Sometimes that external pressure was a catalyst for getting this done right. And so for thanking those who filed the complaints that got us here, thanking those families who served on the newly, designed family
CPAC.
CPAC, yeah, for the, to provide to the best of their ability, right, given the constraints, to be able to push for action and push for things to happen. So I just want to really thank the families as well. And then I just have one question just around, we heard a lot about quantity tonight, which is super important, right? That was the main thrust of the agreed upon order, was to make sure that we were getting the evaluations done. But we've had previous conversations around the quality of the evaluations, and there was some discussion at the beginning around how there was a recognition that sometimes because of the push to get them all done, that we needed to also take a look at quality and make sure that the quality was happening. Is that, how are we looking at the quality of the evaluations and making sure that they are meeting the standards and improving over time as well?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Kaufman, for your question. Yeah, quality has always been a very high priority for us. That was part of the initial efforts as far as making sure not only that we caught up on the backlog, but that we also regained the trust of the campus staff and the teachers and the families as having good quality evaluations. We did always conduct regular quality checks, so we did develop a form in which we set standards for an evaluation report, that the evaluation supervisors did regular audits of evaluation reports to check on the quality and give feedback for evaluators. We also developed a rubric for evaluators to have consistency among the evaluation reports to make sure that they're including the appropriate assessments. We provided a very extensive training in the rubric, in the different assessments that we offer in selection of appropriate and norm-referenced assessments that were appropriate for the child's age, developmental, and areas of disability that we were looking at. So we provided extensive training. We're also implementing, in the process now of implementing a peer review process, along with having such a large team. We have quite a bit of first-year diagnosticians and school psychologists who would greatly benefit from learning from among their peers. I can speak as myself as a school psychologist. I benefited greatly from coming from a district like similar in size to Austin ISD and being able to benefit from the knowledge and expertise of my colleagues and more experienced school psychologists. So we're hoping to replicate that here as well. I think just having an in-house team has done a lot. I've always said from the beginning, next month will be my 3rd year anniversary here, so I was in the thick of that as well. And I always said from the beginning, the best thing that I can do to deliver you quality reports is to reduce our number of contractors. So that was really our biggest challenge at the time, is having so many different contractors coming with so many different backgrounds and trainings and districts and ways of doing things, that it was very difficult to implement a consistent training program or standard for evaluations. And so by having a full in-house team, we've been able to do that with very robust training. This year we had a very robust week-long orientation, onboarding for all of our evaluators across the board, which included a lot of the training in the different processes in Austin ISD, MTSS, all of the systems that we use, as well as in report writing. Each of our evaluators are divided up into communities that are overseen by an evaluation supervisor. And so the evaluation supervisors hold bi-weekly check-in meetings with them to review the standards, to review reports and expectations, and provide case consult and support.
Yeah, I appreciate the substantive answer with very specific steps, and we'll just ask if it's within the constraints of our reports, would it be possible to report on the quality measures that you had as well as the quantity measures? Or would it be possible to request that information?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're different. So I know that a lot was said regarding process. I think there's definitely a data set that we can share, as we pull files and do reviews and kind of what we're finding, how that's improved over time. That type of data set sounds to me, Trustee Kaufman, like what would be responsive to your question, because that would show an improvement on quality. And so, yeah, we can certainly provide that and share that with you, because all this work does have documentation. We have seen significant growth and we have seen improvement in quality, but that's the way to show it.
Okay, yeah, and I'd love for our community to see that as well, to know that the quality is increasing and maintaining at a high level. Thank you.
I think too, just to add a little bit to Amanda, is that we created a comprehensive template for evaluators to guide their work. We have a monolingual and a bilingual template. So it has all the compliant, necessary, required elements that they need to have. Of course, quality is also individualized. So what quality looks like on my report is going to be very different from Cherry's report. So keep that in mind. Something also that we provided the board in an update after one of our previous presentations was also the request for independent educational evaluations. So that's just like we discussed, if a parent is in disagreement with their evaluation, they can request one educational about like an IEE. So our IEE numbers have gone down, meaning that, to me, that shows a trend of, hey, they are, our families are appreciative of the evaluations they're receiving. But also, those cost the district money, as Dr. Lee expressed, that we don't complete those. We make sure we contract out with whoever the preferred provider is of the parent to do that, so it is at a cost of the district. So that is really important that our families are appreciating the quality of the work of our evaluations. As to see a decline, that's what we would want to see in those numbers. So that is a metric that we could also look at as well.
Yeah, we'll put that together. We have it, but.
And I would say, Trustee Kaufman, to your question too about monitoring the quality, we have both achieved the goal and reached the date that is the endpoint on this CPM on our scorecard. And so I think it doesn't say we're monitoring past that, and I think we have a decision to make as a board. Do we want to keep watching this number to be sure it stays at 0? Would we rather shift this to something focused on quality in some way? So I think we have decisions to make together. Again, not changing it now, not changing it mid-year, midstream, but thinking about for next year what we might want in this spot.
Oh, yeah, the team and I have some ideas for sure. We think this could be different and improved to be more responsive.
I suspect you do. Thank you. Excellent. Who else? Anyone down here? All right. Yeah.
Thank you all. It's a good report to go over. I have a couple, I guess, starting right where Trustee Kaufman was leaving off. I appreciate the comment about the IEEs. I agree. I think that's a great way to look at quality. Kind of echoing back to the discipline report, I would be interested to see parents reporting on their satisfaction of the evaluations, just because it's a complicated process, and maybe skipping around on my notes, with the focus on high quality evaluations, often by its nature it means there's a lot of information in that, and how, beyond just conducting the evaluation, making sure the family understands what's in the evaluation. That leads to our community participation and, just that whole functioning. And you did mention, communication focus in some of what you were talking about too. So I think there's an avenue there for expanding beyond the work that you've already done that I would love to see. I also wanted to call it the peer review is a great idea. That I learned a lot from being mentored up by teachers in my own journey. So I think that's an excellent way. And then as an advocate outside, just seeing other IEPs from different districts and the different ways people write it, that is an invaluable learning tool. So that's a great idea. Kind of going along with that of where to improve or how to continue, there's a lot of focus on adhering to the timeline and the initial timelines. I'd be curious to see what more exploration you all can do as far as beyond just the 45 days or the 75 days of like how long are the average evals taking between different domains. And yeah, I see, looking for that. And it's not like we're trying, same thing, it's not going to get down to zero. No eval is going to be instantaneous, but finding reasonable averages. And, I think that would be really good. And kind of, I'm just going to burn through some of these, but, in the graph that you have, there's waxing and waning between the requests for evals and how we're keeping up with that. And a couple of thoughts came up. One, are some of those because evals are taking longer and we just naturally take a backlog, like we stay within the 45 days or we stay within the timeline, but we just happen to have more. So of course they're going to accrue more, and then it's going to shrink back when we're getting less. I don't know if those type of patterns are coming up at all.
Typically, if evaluations include speech and related services, we are also partnering with those providers. So our school psychologists or our diagnosticians are working with the speech pathologist to find time to assess the student, right? And then they're both, or multiple people are writing reports and then combining that report for that full evaluation. So typically, if the more comprehensive and involved the report is, it's going to go closer to the timeline.
Okay.
Because they're competing for time with the kids.
Right.
Exactly.
Collating more stuff.
Right, yeah.
That, I would be interested to see how many, maybe the complexity of some of the evals, just out of my own curiosity. The other thing that comes up that even within some of those evals being more complicated because they have more students within, if there's any thought as far as for re-evals and three, you're looking at your two graphs, they kind of graph similarly, not exactly, but so I wonder if it's not setting up certain times of year to just be more evals because that's when those multifaceted evals are happening. If there's any way to stagger those or if it helps to, if we could kind of offset that load, if that makes sense.
Because we had significant testing clinics in the summer of 2023. We have a significant number of reevaluations that are due this year. So our efforts are really focused on getting those reevaluations done so that we can minimize testing over 2026. We are trying to minimize the testing clinics, the number of days that we're holding testing clinics over the summer or winter break or spring break, simply to reduce fatigue and exhaustion from our team because it's been 3 years of just 7 days a week of testing, which, it becomes exhausting, but it's also expensive as well, right? Because we're having to pay either contractors or functional pay to staff members, so we're trying to be fiscally responsible as well. Yeah.
That's good to hear. I think looking at that, similarly, I'm curious about between areas of evals or grade levels of evals. Certainly there's different reevaluations that are more common in elementary than in high school. Like speech is not necessarily going to come up in high school as often.
Right. I mean, I would say a trend over the past few years is definitely the massive increase in the number of specific learning disability evaluations, specifically for dyslexia, since dyslexia moved over to special education. We're actually going to talk about that in the next presentation a bit. But one of the things that Amanda and Dr. Baker did is we partnered with Dr. Edward Schultz from Midwestern State University, who's developed the Core Selective Evaluation Process, CSEP, which is a really efficient and effective model for evaluating students with learning disabilities. And it's been a very consistent approach for our evaluators to use, and we see more consistency across our evaluations as well. And it's less cognitive testing, and it's more reviewing the data prior to actually testing and then selecting the appropriate test and batteries that match with what the school's data is showing. And then it's triangulating that data and using professional judgment to determine disability.
We've done that for 2 years.
Yeah, we partnered with Dr. Schultz for 2 years to provide that training.
Nice. Yeah. And then pivoting slightly, back to the vouchers and some of that discussion. Yeah. I have, I guess, cursory Googling around 90 urban and suburban school districts, ISDs, and there's 90,000 vouchers for this first one. So assuming none of the other districts were taking them, we would be looking at maybe 1,000 students coming in for reevals. That's very sloppy, back of the napkin math. I was just curious. So some of that money you were saying was specifically allotted in, from the new bill. Are we taking the rest from like proportional share, or like where do we, like, you guys discussed, we're getting 1,000 per student, but the rest of it, is it just coming out of the general sped fund, or where?
Yes, to cover all of the materials that we use for testing, you know, the testing batteries, but the majority of the spend is directly to pay for staff to complete the evaluations.
Yes, we just pay for it. I think the other thing,
I just want to make sure it's clear.
the other thing I think is worth noting, I want to be careful about how I say this, but what we've observed is some of the material that some of the private schools have released, and it's really kind of marketed towards families who might benefit from the $10,000 to $30,000 voucher value if they go through this process, get an evaluation, and are deemed to need services. So what's happening is there are asks being made where they might not otherwise be made, and that's obviously having an impact. So that's about the only way I can say it.
There's also different timelines that are associated with the application process for TIFA that don't coincide with our evaluation timeline. So a lot of the requests that we have received have been accompanied by, you know, a sense of urgency or requests to be expedited or put ahead of other students in order to meet the application timelines for TIFA. And so we've had to address those.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify for the people watching that, you know, that this is part of the voucher guidance. You get $20,000 roughly more if you have an IEP before you go to the private school. So it's incentivizing people asking us to do the work of those evaluations for those kids to go. A question I have not seen, and I'm just curious, do we still have to offer a service plan? Yes. So we still have to do the meeting and do all the rest of it as well?
We still have to have the ARD meeting, the initial ARD meeting, and it's still going to go into our SPPs. So we will be held accountable as a district for that. And if should the parents, you know, not want to bring their child to Austin ISD, then we do the individualized service plan as well.
And then the last part, because I again, still haven't seen is, so can they be going to the private school with the voucher funding and we still have to offer outside sped services through a service plan? Or they're opting out of the service plan?
To our knowledge,
It's a great question.
yeah, that is a great question, and we're still waiting for guidance. Actually, yeah, we do. TEA is providing a webinar on January 20th, which we will all be tuning into from 1 to 2:30 to provide more information. So we are still waiting for additional information from TEA on how this will be processed. We do know that there will be a platform that we upload the evaluation and the student's proposed TIFA IEP to, so that the child can then be processed through the comptroller's office for funding.
So that all is taxed for the school district to do.
Correct.
So that was something we definitely talked to Superintendent Segura about, just saying, hey, we just need to know what the ask is of the district, because it will impose additional resources and time from
It'll
our
be
special education team.
Yeah, it definitely will be a
And our
work stream.
campuses.
Yeah, it would be a lot of extra administrative work, and like we mentioned, currently for this round, there are 70 schools that were approved on the list in the Austin area, so we do expect that list to grow for next year. Those are only the 70 that were approved for the current year.
70 have applied and been approved.
70 applied, and so we did not see a lot of our major private schools that we service on that list, so we do expect that at some point they will be on the list.
And Mr. Walker, could your team help guide them with that question? Thank you.
One just point that we talked about, and please correct me if I'm misremembering, but it had to do with where the student lives. I think if historically they've lived in the district, we provided the services, but now it's slightly adjusted to where the school resides. Right, so you can be out of district, have the school be in.
Both.
Is it, so why don't you describe, yeah, I mean, I know it's both, but.
We heard that it could be both, which is a very different thing as well. So when we look at private school evaluations, this year to date, we've had 698. So steady, you know, and so we're anticipating that number to go up.
And I think the guidelines state that the parent can choose, so it is the district of where the private school is located, but the parent has the option. And going back to Trustee Kaufman on your question on a metric of quality, I have heard informally a lot of parents are opting for Austin ISD to do the evaluation because they've heard that our evaluation is such high quality. So that may be working against us at this point.
So what that means is a family could actually reside outside of our school district, but their child could attend a private school that is within Austin ISD. So that family would have a choice to have their child evaluated here or in the district in which they reside.
Yeah, and so I'm just realizing through the course of this conversation, I was saying, oh, maybe we get 1,000, but it's not necessarily 1,000, it's everybody that wants to apply. So basically, out of all the private school kids that would want to apply, whether or not they actually have a chance of getting, maybe there would be 1,000 vouchers available, but we could have 5,000 kids ask for evals.
Right, and we can still, as a school district, determine that it's not appropriate to evaluate that children and provide that family with a prior written notice stating that we are not evaluating them. However, in the vast majority of cases, when parents request an evaluation from a private school or a home school, we are evaluating that child.
And that's one of the questions that we've posed to TEA that we're waiting on a response for was, to what extent is the district obligated to provide an evaluation if there is no evidence of a disability and a parent requests one? So what is the extent of our rights to be able to refuse?
Okay, I won't go into any more stuff that we have to speculate on until TEA gets us rules out.
Yes.
So I guess the last piece I just wanted to, some of this is restating because we already talked about it, but the focus on ending the contracts and moving to the hiring the diags, I appreciate the deliberateness of that because that is the type of thing that you do to circumvent the kind of cascade that was happening. I appreciate the focus on having the actual diags that are conducting the evaluations of the meeting. I've been to plenty of hard meetings where the person interpreting the data is not actually the person that did it.
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate the part on the communication focus. Increasing the quality of the evals means that communication part becomes more important. So I just urge you to continue that training piece and that focus piece.
I appreciate that. And actually, Dr. Baker and Amanda are partnering with Baylor University to support a study with parent interviews to improve parent interview technique and then the usefulness of that data incorporated into the evaluation to help make good decisions. So, yeah.
Yeah, I look forward, we were talking about it again as the other outcome that you see when you improve the problem area, you see then the other improvement is just, I really think focusing on that communication piece next, since we've done the evaluation piece, the more the families understand what is in those evals, the more we're going to see parent participation.
And that is a skill set, right? That's a skill set that you'll see seasoned evaluators be able to do, is to take that complex information and translate that into plain language to families. Because there's a lot of numbers and a lot of statistics and 32 pages of information in most of our evaluations. And to be able to take that and translate that is a skill. So that's definitely something our team can continue to work on and train our evaluators to do.
Well, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Great work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments, questions? Anyone down here? Okay. So I want to just piggyback on the, with a request for the superintendent about the evaluations and the change with the vouchers and increased students with the option of private schools, the option to choose where you are evaluated. As we go into our budget season, I would love to make sure we're talking about this explicitly as part of our budgeting and really separating this out. And then I would love to track this very carefully so that when the legislative session begins, we have concrete data to take to be explicit about what it would mean, what it's costing districts, what it is, how it is impacting our students. As Vice President Wilichu was saying, we know that when we have resources, thank you to our community for approving our tax rate election, we know that when we have resources, when we can put them, we know what to do. We just don't always have the resources we need to do it. And I think that's what we're seeing with the growth at Dobie, Webb, and Burnett that we saw earlier today. Is what we're seeing in the work you're doing, which was very resource intensive and is paying off for our students. And so I think really having that very precise numbers on what this is costing our district so that we can advocate for some fairness, I think would be really valuable. So thank you for that. And then I just mainly just want to share gratitude. This has been a really intense journey. I really am moved by all the emotion I heard from all of you, because I know that comes from relief that the work is done, but also such a commitment to our students and our families and our employees and everyone who's impacted by this. So I think we all have a lot to be proud of, and thank you. It's really worth celebrating, and I appreciate it. And to go from a place where interns wouldn't come to a place where people are beating down our door, to be interns, to be evaluated, to be in our schools is a beautiful thing. So thank you. All. Okay, so we vote on this one, just like we voted on the others. And on the other, at this point, I will entertain a motion to accept this monitoring report.
I move to accept the monitoring report.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Yay. Having a motion by Secretary Gonzalez, a second by Trustee Hunter to accept the monitoring report. All in favor, please raise your right hands. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. Thank you all so much. Yes. All right. Next, we have one more information item, and Superintendent Segura, I'm ready for you to introduce it. We're going to see some of the same people.
Some of the, familiar faces. Thank you, President Boswell. I'd like to welcome up again Dr. Cherry Lee, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Special Education and Health Services, Christina Etheridge, Interim Executive Director for Campus Support and Instructional Delivery, and Bailey Gates, Director of Instructional Delivery, Speech and Related Services, to share the Texas Education Agency Approved Order Strategic Plan Quarterly Update. All right, good to see you again.
Well, you met Krista Etheridge last time, and she's our interim executive director. And tonight you'll meet Bailey Gates, and she's our director of instructional delivery related services, or speech and related services. And Bailey is an expert in deaf education, and she was a teacher of the deaf, and she is also fluent in American Sign Language. So very happy to have these team members up here with us tonight. So, as a brief summarization, the district was required to create a strategic plan as required by the TEA agreed order. And back in 2024, Stetson and Associates conducted a third-party audit, which informed our development of this strategic plan. And we submitted the draft to TEA in April of 2024, and we published a document in June of 2024, and we presented quarterly updates to the board since then. And so tonight represents another quarterly update. So the plan is designed to build an inclusive and legally compliant and responsive system of services that promotes collaboration among educators and families and the community to improve outcomes for all students. And tonight we're going to focus primarily on 3 of these goals: inclusive vision through shared ownership, high-quality individualized education programs, or IEPs, and then improved student outcomes and accountability. All right, so I'll start with an overview of the number of students that we're serving in Austin ISD. And this data was pulled on December 8th of this year. So currently we're serving 14,227 students through special education services from ages 3 to 21, which is approximately 20.4% of our student population. Now, approximately 30% of our students receiving special education are also identified as emergent bilingual, and then almost 46% of our students receiving special education are identified with dyslexia, which is our most common learning disability. Now, I do want to note that in comparison to Austin ISD rates, statewide data shows a little over 14% of students receiving special education, and nationwide we see that number around 15%. There's also very wide variations across our states. Now, Texas in general has seen a tremendous rise in special education rates due to several factors. First, Texas state law has mandated required dyslexia screening for students in kindergarten and first grade, which started in 2017. So we screen more students, we find more students at risk for dyslexia. Families and schools are requesting evaluations for dyslexia, and then we are placing those students in special education. In 2023, Texas law also shifted so that all of dyslexia evaluation, identification, and direct services are to be provided through special education. Prior to 2023, we would see students being served through Section 504. And many times when families were requesting an evaluation across the state, those evaluations were taking place through 504, and the services were taking place through 504. But that did shift in 2023. So if a parent or a family or a school requests an evaluation, that is happening through special education. So beyond these requirements, robust child find efforts in the state and in Austin ISD, and then the educational impacts of the COVID pandemic have further contributed to the increase in the number of students referred to and qualifying for services over the past 10 years. So back to the strategic plan. To guide our efforts, this plan is well underway, and across the 5 key goals identified within the plan, our team has completed or established ongoing systems for 123 of the 142 identified actions. And the chart on this slide provides a visual snapshot of that progress. And as you can see, almost 90% of the actions have been fully completed or are ongoing systems, with about 13% currently in progress. And this clearly reflects our shift from planning to active implementation of services. It's important to note that many of these strategies are ongoing by design, and they do require consistent and sustained effort over time. Our goal is not simply to check off items from a list, but to build a supportive system of special education services that continuously improves and is meaningful for students. So we have one single action that is marked as not started, and that is to publish our quality standards. So we're using Stetson and Associates quality standards as a framework. We've recently drafted those standards, and they will be reviewed and revised by our Special Education Family Advisory Committee later this spring. They'll be published and shared with campus leaders by the end of the school year. And then we're going to use those quality standards in onboarding for new teachers and as a part of training for all of our teachers and our administrators. And they're going to support consistent implementation of services across our 100 campuses. So here you see the progress bars for each of the 5 goals, and we've made significant progress since we launched the strategic plan in 2024. Again, as we emphasize, it's important to stress that most of these actions are ongoing and will require sustained focus over time. Now, when we developed the strategic plan and we submitted it to TEA and it was approved, the strategic plan was developed for 3 years with the completion date through 2027. So a big part of what CFAC is going to do in 26-27 is to review the plan and update it as we move the work forward. So Bailey is now going to provide some updates and actions that we've taken to meet all of the strategies identified in Goal 1, which is inclusive vision through shared ownership. And I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. So moving into our updates around Goal 1, the first thing I want to do is really center us on the fact that this goal establishes really the entire foundation of our strategic plan. It centers on making sure that we are communicating a clear vision that really prioritizes including our students with disabilities to the maximum extent appropriate with their general ed peers, but also that the responsibility for serving students with disabilities is shared across our classrooms, our staff, campuses, district leaders, and also our families who are a vital part of this work. So this priority really reinforces our core belief that students with disabilities are gen ed students first, and that their instruction is the responsibility of all educators. I'd like to highlight some fun things that happened in December here in Austin ISD with a few pictures of our celebration of Disability Awareness Month. So through the work of our Inclusion Work Group, which is a subcommittee of our Special Education Family Advisory Committee, and through our Family Engagement Team led by Kelly Marino and Bree Rolfe, campuses and principals were provided with activities that were tied directly to ensuring students with disabilities were included throughout their campus communities and their classrooms, really trying to reinforce that they belong here on those campuses and in those communities. Our theme was Children First, Building a Stronger Tomorrow, and emphasized our district's commitment to ensuring that all students, including those who receive special education services, feel seen, valued, and welcome. I want to highlight some of the campus level activities for you now. Dawson Elementary, if you see the tree with leaves on the right-hand side bottom, they promoted a sense of belonging with their We Are All Different Leaves art activity, and also had a bulletin board that talked about how in our school everybody belongs. Gillette Elementary matched their students in buddy pairs, and they read the book The Invisible Boy, which included a reflection where students brainstormed various acts of kindness that they could exhibit to their peers and members of their community. Meanwhile, Bowie High School also engaged their students in activities during advisory, in which student leadership organized school-wide responses to a prompt, I belong at Bowie when. And they wrote those out on strips of paper, linked them together, and had a massive paper chain display at the campus. So we were really excited to see and show these few examples, but we're also excited to share that the support for students with disabilities is continuing throughout this school year, and additional activities are being done throughout the spring semester as a commitment to showing our improved practices. I'm really excited to talk about transition services, and I'm speaking specifically about our transition services for students who are 18 and older. Our transition team is small but mighty. We have 2 specialists, 1 coordinator, and the work is led by Dr. Kimberly Pollard, who is our Director of Transition, 504, and Dyslexia. So they really center their work around opening doors for independence for our students and ensuring that each student has an opportunity for a meaningful future. Through the dedicated work of that team and in collaboration with special education case managers and families, we've really moved beyond our traditional classroom environment, and we're giving students vocational opportunities to make them workforce ready. We do believe that this starts with our educators. So one of the things that this team has implemented is a requirement that all secondary case managers receive intensive training around transition planning, what that looks like, what is effective, what is ineffective, to make sure that these plans are not just a compliant component of an IEP, but they're going to be driving the goals and services that are guiding students into adulthood so that they have better post-secondary opportunities. You can also see the real-world impact of this preparation in some stories from our students. One of our students actually just started her first day of work at Chuck E. Cheese, and it's really the culmination of her working towards mastering social interactions, time management, specific vocational tasks in an environment that's pretty high energy. I don't know about y'all, but Chuck E. Cheese can get a little crazy. We also have a group of students supporting at METS, and they are vital contributors to our Austin ISD district and community because they are working to assemble and distribute STEM kits for all of our district campuses. So in this role, they're having the opportunity to develop critical thinking and logic skills, organizational skills, distribution skills that are going to support their learning and the learning of thousands of other students in this district. We do want to take a moment to celebrate our Go Project students who are developing vocational skills across 26 Austin area sites and businesses, but many of them recently earned their food handler's permit so that they could run a weekly coffee cart. This is more than just a morning coffee stop here at Central Office. One of the things that we're so excited about is this coffee cart is helping our students master math, money exchanges, and money management because they're having real-time interactions with a variety of different people to do so. So this CART is supporting students in developing social pragmatic skills because they're practicing their greetings, they're practicing active listening and workplace communication with a variety of customers. They're learning executive functioning skills as it relates to managing the order, maintaining a clean and organized CART and environment, as well as working as a team. And so we do invite, if you were here at central office on Mondays, to come to the second floor and see these students and the work that they're doing, because it's really awesome to get to start your day that way. So to ensure this level of success continues, we have also launched a specialized professional cohort for 18+ teachers, and those teachers are going to be provided with training and support to ensure that they have tools needed to teach these adult living skills with excellence. Ultimately, the goal of the transition services team is to shift the narrative for students for what comes next to I get to determine my next steps and I'm ready for whatever those might be.
And Bailey, I just wanted to say, I think you're going to say this in a minute, but this Saturday, I want our community to know that at LBJ Early College High School from 10 to 12, our two transition specialists are actually going to be hosting a special ed transition team presentation on the Texas Transition and Employment Guide, which is going to really support families who have students with disabilities to understand what their options are. So we offer virtual opportunities, but this is going to be an in-person opportunity. And Judith and Courtney, our transition specialists, are also available for families for individual consultation as well. And that's not just for kiddos that are in high school or 18+. You know, transition starts when students enter school, so that could be 3. So they are amazing resources for our community. Just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Lee. And so we do want to highlight the work of the Special Education Family Advisory Committee, and specifically one of the things that has come out of recent meetings with this team is that in order to best support the diverse needs of our students and families, there are some subcommittees that might be needed to push this work forward. As you'll see on your screen, there are 5 additional subcommittees that have been added. We have our Advancement Subcommittee, which is focused on standardizing school transitions. Now, this is not transition like 18+. This is, my student is in 5th grade going to 6th grade. What is this transition going to look like for my child? My student is in 8th grade going to high school. What does this look like for my child? And making sure that there's standardization around what that looks like and how we're supporting families in that big change. We also have a parent engagement subcommittee that's really focused on trying to ensure that we are gleaning meaningful parent and family involvement at the campus level and at our district events. Behavior, which is focusing on ensuring that we are using trauma-informed processes and de-escalation techniques as we're working with students who have these needs. Consolidations, which has been a big topic of discussion, but this subcommittee is really going to help us to review specifically community input and data related to special education students, as well as how we can best support planning and family transitions through that. We also will have a technology advisory committee, and this team is auditing all of our digital resources as well as any technical infrastructure that we have to ensure that what we have posted online as a district as well as a special education department is accessible to all people with all abilities. There are 2 work groups that are not mentioned here, but have been subcommittees of CFAC since May of 2025. Those are the Transition Work Group, which is led by Dr. Kimberly Pollard and her 18+ team. This is specifically focusing on that 18+ programming and ensuring that post-secondary success. They look at what does life look like after high school and how can we bridge the gaps as we're working with students now. We also have an inclusion work group, which is led by me, and that's very closely tied to our parent and family engagement. This group reviews the implementation of our strategic plan components, ensuring that classrooms and materials that we're providing are truly accessible. So we've developed materials for parents, for campuses, for staff. We're creating a toolkit of resources that we're able to give to every campus team that really focuses in on ensuring that our students with disabilities do have access to the general education curriculum and classroom to the maximum extent appropriate. And then finally, our department is looking at just continuing to in our family engagement efforts through district and community partnerships. We have weekly Family Empower Hour sessions that are well underway. We've been doing this since August, and we provide these in collaboration with various partners, many of which you'll see here, including the Austin Public Library, Learning Without Tears, the Center for Child Protection, and more. These sessions are offered virtually, but we have been very excited to launch our Empower Hour on the Road sessions, and those have taken place at Lively, at Houston, and at Perez Elementary. These on-the-road sessions, we are planning to continue monthly with parent support specialists collaborating with them at each campus across the district. We did also welcome a parent mentoring program called Coach to Communicate, and this is in partnership with Texas A&M University. This program provides our families with communication strategies and tools to effectively interact at home, but also in the community with their students who have autism. And then later in the year, we will also have our transition sessions around Texas Transition and Employment Guide, but also our Transition Fair, which is coming up very soon in March. I also want to highlight, we do have an upcoming, sorry, I'm talking a lot. We have an upcoming Family Empower Hour session on January 21st. We're very excited about this one because it's done in collaboration with Crystal Kohlhoff and Jennifer Beeler. This session is focused on supporting families in building a foundational understanding of our multi-tiered systems of support, our MTSS process, and that framework to ensure that those students have the right academic and behavioral help, and ensuring that they have clear, actionable strategies that they can reinforce and support at home. So that session is going to be offered twice, once at 12 p.m. and once at 6 p.m. on the 21st.
Thank you, Bailey. Goal 4 focuses on establishing high-quality standards for both the development and the implementation of the IEP. And our work under Goal 4 is about strengthening systems so that IEPs are well-developed, clearly aligned to student need, implemented with fidelity, and regularly monitored, while also reinforcing family engagement, shared ownership, and professional accountability across campuses. This slide represents the IEP as a living, cyclical process, not a one-time event. First, the ARD Committee develops the IEP through collaborative decision-making that includes families as essential partners. The committee uses data, evaluation results, and student strengths and needs to develop and design an individualized plan aligned to access, progress, and outcomes. Next, campus providers implement the IEP, and this includes general and special education teachers, instructional and related service providers, and campus leaders working together to ensure accommodations, services, and specially designed instruction are delivered as written and with quality. Finally, the ARD Committee reconvenes at least annually or more often as needed to review progress, adjust goals, services, and ensure the IEP continues to reflect the students' evolving needs. This shared ownership across development, implementation, and review is essential to compliance, but most importantly to student success. Okay, this next slide highlights 3 connected pillars that are strengthening not just the quality of our IEPs, but the fidelity of how they're implemented across campuses. Together, these systems move us from expectations on paper to consistent practice for students. The first pillar is our quality and rigor rubric paired with a facilitated side-by-side coaching model. This approach allows teachers to reflect on their own practices while receiving targeted real-time support. Using baseline data from the 24-25 school year, we intentionally focused coaching on PLAF development and meaningful data collection. These are areas that we had identified as district-wide needs, and we're already seeing results. In October, we shared with you that teachers met indicators for a strong PLAF of a rate of 78%. Most recently, and by December, that has increased to 88%, a 10% gain in a single semester. This growth reflects more than compliance. It reflects stronger instructional planning grounded in clear data and student need. What's been especially powerful is how teachers are experiencing this work. One veteran teacher with nearly 2 decades in special education shared that she has received clear, explicit guidance on writing strong IEPs. She described the PLC materials as clear and specific, particularly around PLAF development, and shared that breaking the components down made the process more manageable and ensured that nothing critical was missed. She also shared that the quality and rigor rubric feels less like monitoring and more like a reflective checklist she can use to strengthen her work in real time. Sorry. This brings us to our second pillar, professional learning communities. These PLCs are an extension of the district's monthly learning labs where all special ed teachers receive core professional learning. At the campus level, coordinators build on that learning through ongoing job-embedded PLCs that help teachers translate theory into practice. The focus is on strengthening instruction, improving student outcomes, and ensuring greater equity and consistency for students with disabilities across campuses. Teachers consistently describe these PLCs as organized, practical, and immediately applicable, especially the opportunity to work directly with real IEPs. A first-year teacher recently shared that while she learned about IEPs in college, the PLCs were what helped her truly understand expectations. Having a clear guideline for present levels gave her confidence, and a session on progress monitoring led her to implement daily data collection methods she's now using in her classroom. Teachers have also highlighted the value of the smaller in-person PLC format. Unlike large virtual sessions, these settings allow for deeper conversations, questions, and follow-up, creating space for clarity, consistency, and trust. Our third pillar is instructional walkthroughs, which allows us to monitor the fidelity of implementation in real time. These are structured observations using a fidelity of implementation walkthrough tool developed by Austin ISD staff and refined through our inclusion work group. So far, we've conducted 48 documented walkthroughs across 16 campuses, observing teachers in a range of settings, from inclusive general education classrooms to specialized programs such as life skills and ECSE. What stands out most is the consistency that we're seeing. In nearly every visit, accommodations were clearly evident and teachers were delivering standards-aligned instruction using evidence-based programs with fidelity. We're also closely monitoring student engagement and classroom climate, with many classrooms described as warm, welcoming, and well-structured, featuring visual schedules and routines that promote independence. Each walkthrough concludes with immediate feedback, blows to celebrate strengths, and grows to identify next steps, so coaching and professional learning remain responsive and targeted. Taken together, these three pillars ensure that high-quality IEPs are not only written well, but implemented with consistency, clarity, and purpose. This is how we build sustainable systems, by aligning tools, professional learning, and feedback loops so that strong planning translate into meaningful outcomes for students.
All right, and I'm going to take it back over. So one of the things that we know is that high-quality evaluations and instruction doesn't only come from general education and special education teachers, which is why we do have a focused priority on ongoing comprehensive professional development for all of our district staff. And with the addition of our speech, instructional, and related service allocations and team members, our leadership team has had a very heavy focus on this group. I want to go back because I joined Austin ISD in August of 2021, and many of these staff that are here today are the same staff that were here at that time. And so not only did they maintain their roles and their positions, but more than that, they maintained and continue to maintain the dedication to our students and their families. They've put in so much work to drive forth the components of this strategic plan, and so I just really want to shout out that whole team and how amazing they are. Something unique about our speech and related service providers is that they serve students and families in a dual capacity. They are evaluators and a vital component of those multidisciplinary evaluations and the amazing work on our constraint measure. And they also are service providers that are in the classrooms every day providing specially designed instruction to students. So I think that's something that's very unique and fun. We had, though, an opportunity to begin this year with a back-to-school kickoff. Our superintendent got to come and speak with this team as well. But this was a learning opportunity where we were able to bring all of our speech, instructional, and related services evaluation staff together with our school psychologists and diagnosticians and provided them with a conference-style training that balanced some of our more technical how-tos around the new frontline special programs management system and effective evaluations and caseload management with learning related to what does high-quality service delivery look like? What does a comprehensive multidisciplinary evaluation need to have in it? Collaboration, co-treating. And so throughout this year, we have really continued to focus on supporting our staff with that, as well as with dealing with some of the challenging situations we're seeing. We've highlighted mental health and trauma-informed practices so that our teams are equipped when they're in those classrooms every day to serve and address the very diverse needs of our students. It's not only academic, it's not only functional, it's also emotional for a lot of what's happening with our students and their families. We do have over 260 providers on this team that are providing this support, and we have had regular monthly meetings with them, as well as mentoring cohorts, which is pairing our new hire staff with seasoned professionals and providers. They are working with them on support and handling more complex situations, peer reviewing their speech and related service evaluations to ensure that quality, case review of specific student needs, and then also problem solving. We are excited to continue this multidisciplinary work. We have some unified PE events coming up in collaboration with Special Olympics, events in which every discipline gets to come out and be represented and work together. We also have a graduate pipeline collaboration with the University of Texas at Austin, as well as on-demand office hours and digital training for staff so that they feel supported. And we know that when we invest in them, they're going to invest in our students, our families, and our campuses. I want to take a minute to highlight the work of a specific group of individuals on this team, and that is our Austin ISD Augmentative and Alternative Communication team. This team is comprised of 3 of our speech and language pathologists, Kendra Everett, Mackenzie Steve, and Danny Welge. They had the honor of presenting at the American Speech and Hearing Association in Washington, D.C. over the fall break on November 21st. This is a premier national convention for speech and language pathologists, audiologists, deaf and hard of hearing staff, so this is a really big deal. They presented Austin ISD's successful AAC book club program, and this program specifically models how we're implementing the Comprehensive Literacy for All framework. What this does is this initiative brings integrated, high-quality AAC devices, language, and literacy services directly into a classroom with students who have significant speech and language needs within their classroom setting. So this team shared their structure using a station teaching model, and what this is we have an SLP, an OT, and one of our special education teachers providing differentiated instructions simultaneously to continue to elicit that language and opportunities for use. It allowed us to meet diverse needs from students who are conventional readers but needed some comprehension support to students who are emergent readers and are working on basic skills like decoding. This work was really a collaborative effort, and so we do want to lift up and thank not only the SLPs, OTs, and life skills teachers, but also campus principals, administrators, Dr. Lee, Krista Etheridge, for their support in allowing us to do this. You'll see that we were able to implement this at Barton Hills, Blanton, Perez, Houston, Barrington, Ortega, Covington, and Aikens. Their cooperation, this data, and the progress really did allow us to bring this framework to life and share the story of that student success on a national stage. This team continues to share this successful model, and they did even present at the statewide level on December 12th. So they will continue this partnership with these 8 campuses, but we are also actively looking for additional classroom teams interested in implementing this model. So if anyone is still up and listening, let us know. And then finally, I do also want to lift up the work of our providers of dyslexia instruction. In order to ensure the support for our students with dyslexia, we focused on building comprehensive systems of expertise and family partnership. Specifically this year, we've provided 4 dyslexia training blocks, ensuring that over 380 teachers are proficient in multisensory systemic literacy instruction that students with dyslexia require. We know that training is only the first step, so the team has also conducted over 100 in-person campus visits to provide job-embedded coaching directly in the classroom for this staff. Looking towards the future, we do have 4 multi-year intervention cohorts where staff can become certified in these high-level dyslexia therapeutic programs. For bilingual families, we've hosted specialized events, including a session with Dr. Yoroso Gonzalez to explore the intersection of dyslexia and bilingualism and how that impacts our students in the classroom. We brought the community together for a documentary screening, as well as we've hosted multiple Empower Hours aimed at working through and taking families through our dyslexia handbook published by the state of Texas. This work ensures that for the nearly 2,600 students in Austin ISD that receive direct dyslexia instruction, they're receiving high-quality intervention and that it's consistent and data-driven. I do want to point out that our first grade dyslexia screening is currently underway right now. I know earlier there was a question around times that we see an increase in evaluations. This is one of those times. We use our NWEA MAP reading fluency platform to screen all of our students. That screening is offered in Spanish and English for students who show a risk as determined by that screener, and then they will receive a notification from their child's campus. The campus will review that screening data. They'll review their classroom performance, any language development, as well as teacher input to determine if additional support, MTSS intervention, or a referral for a special education evaluation is warranted. And then in April, we will screen our kindergarten students. But ultimately, the dyslexia team believes that by empowering educators and families, we're ensuring that every family and child in Austin ISD has a clear pathway to literacy. I pass it over.
Thanks, Bailey. So the Special Education Family Survey came out of the strategic plan as well. And in 2024, Stetson conducted a survey, and the information from that survey, again, was used to develop the strategic plan. And so with CFAC's help, we published a survey, and it was released to families in February of 2025. And so the results that you see here were published on our external website and actually shared with the board earlier this year. And so you'll see we looked at satisfaction with the evaluation process, so that ties back to the earlier presentation. We also looked at how families felt about whether they received information on who their case manager was, who their speech language pathologist was, if they understood their child's accommodations, if families felt heard and had time to share their concerns at the ARD committee, if families felt welcomed by their campus, and if their case manager was accessible and responsive. And so, again, those are the results we see there. We have lots of areas to celebrate, and we have lots of areas to grow as well. So the survey is going to be released in May of this year, and there's a reason we're not releasing it in February, which I'm just about to tell you. But again, we're going to release the survey in May. We'll look at results, and we'll share those results with you probably in June. We'll be using Qualtrics this year and not Google, so we're looking forward to having a more comprehensive platform to review that data as well. But I did want to point out that we are going to be monitored by TEA through the cyclical monitoring for special education process. And cyclical monitoring is actually required of all state agencies. So state agencies are required to monitor school districts. Now, we have been monitored or through the cyclical review process in 2019 to 2020. 41 folders were selected and reviewed by TEA. It's really a compliance model, so TEA has a very specific rubric that they're looking at, and they're monitoring that compliance. We were monitored again in 21-22, where we had 18 folders that were reviewed, and we actually had on-site visits. So 6 of our campuses received on-site visits from TEA. And then we were actually monitored again in 24-25, and we had 18 folders reviewed. So again, the state is required to monitor us, and they have a 6-year monitoring cycle, but we've actually been monitored more than that. We're going to be monitored again. The process actually started last week with Dr. Baker and I meeting with TEA, where they reviewed an updated cyclical monitoring process, and they shared information with us, and we were allowed to ask questions. So just to go over what that process is going to look like, TEA is going to select 16 folders and review those folders for compliance using that structured rubric that they provided. They are not expecting to provide or conduct any on-site visits. And they are also going to provide a survey to all of our families that are receiving special education and all of our teachers and administrators as well. They're going to send Austin ISD a link to that survey on February 2nd, and then we're going to work with our communications team to get that survey to families. Because TEA is going to conduct a survey, we decided to pause on our Special Education Family Advisory Committee survey until May, so that families weren't receiving multiple surveys at the same time. Now, the survey that TEA is conducting is not identical to the one that we are conducting, and they have not released the questions to us, nor will they. They also will not release individual level data to us. They're going to provide that data in a more holistic way. So if you want to see the questions on the survey, then families will actually have to take the survey to do that, and staff will as well. So we'll see those questions once we actually engage in taking that survey, but I did just want to point that out. I wanted to talk a little bit about that folder review and the 7 areas that TEA is going to be looking at. So they're going to be looking at evaluation. They're going to be looking at the content within the IEP. They're going to be looking at the implementation components as listed within the IEP, and also with the transition process. So Dr. Baker and the compliance team are collecting all of the documents for the 16 folders in which they're going to be reviewing right now. That's due to the agency on Tuesday. And then TEA is going to take about 6 weeks to review that data, and the results will be reported back to us on April 30th of this year, which we'll then report back to y'all. So just kind of wanted to keep the board in the loop about this process, which again is routine. All right. So we'll move on to Goal 5, which is improved student outcomes and accountability for the last focus of this presentation tonight. Right. So student outcomes and accountability depend on having well-trained staff across all levels of our system, and Dr. Baker and Bailey presented information about some of the training efforts and supports that we provide to our staff members, and Krista Etheridge did as well in regards to special education teachers. So to address these efforts, we align our staffing systems based on data, compliance requirements, and student need. We routinely conduct staffing comparisons with Central Texas districts and other districts across the state to ensure our compensation structures are competitive, particularly in hard-to-staff areas such as school psychology and speech-language pathologists. We also maintain a centralized system to manage the allocation and distribution of resources, including staff, based on student need. So currently across the district, we have 947 special education teacher positions, with 914 of those positions staffed. We have 956 teaching assistant positions, with 873 of those positions staffed. And although we've welcomed a tremendous number of staff members to our school district and considerably reduced our contracts, we continue to use contracts for some of our more difficult areas to fill, or if staff may be on FMLA. We continue our hiring efforts too, so we talk frequently about the continuous need to recruit and to hire. I also want to note that our principals hire and supervise our special education teachers and our teaching assistants. Our talent strategy team supports recruitment of our special education teachers and TAs at the campus level. Our district special education team recruits, hires, and supervises our related service providers, evaluators, and speech pathologists. So we conduct all of their appraisals as well and their management. They report to the supervisors here at the district level. All right, so our focus, like we've said before, is moving from compliance to positive student impact. And in Goal 5, one of the major actions is to align our internal supports with our scorecard measures. So by reporting disaggregated data for our students with disabilities, we're holding ourselves accountable to the specific outcomes for every learner. So as previously shared with the board during the October monitoring report, the percentage of third grade students meeting grade level or above on the STAR reading assessment in English or Spanish has increased. When we look specifically at students with disabilities, we see encouraging signs of impact. This student group met and exceeded its annual target for the 24-25 school year, with performance increasing from 22 to 28%, a meaningful gain that reflects the positive effect of aligned curriculum, instructional focus, trained teachers, and targeted supports. At the district level, progress toward this 5-year goal is on track, indicating that our strategies and system-wide investments are moving in the right direction. And while growth is recognized, achievement gaps remain, and our efforts are focused on accelerating learning for students with disabilities and other historically underserved populations. So this graph shows the percentage of third grade students receiving special education services who met or exceeded state standards in reading in Austin ISD compared to state performance. So state performance is there in blue, and Austin ISD student performance is there in red. You'll notice a positive trend here. In 2023, Austin ISD was performing consistent with the state, and then in 2024, Austin ISD students receiving special education began outperforming the state by 1 percentage point. And then in 2025 there, you'll see that we're now outperforming the state average by 3 percentage points. And this growth is really a testament to the targeted literacy supports and high-quality instruction outlined in our strategic plan. And it shows that our efforts to improve outcomes for our students receiving special education are yielding measurable results. I want to express and stress that special education services do not replace high-quality core instruction and the work that our district is doing to strengthen primary literacy instruction with a focus on curriculum quality of instruction and time for instruction is imperative. I want to connect our reading results with family engagement because it is a key priority for our team. And ensuring that parents have the skills and support that they need to help their children at home is imperative. So our family engagement series does include virtual and in-person sessions for families, which specifically focus on literacy, dyslexia, supporting our emergent bilingual students, assistive technology, and how to use the assistive technology features on our Chromebooks. Are some of the sessions that we've offered. We're actually offering a really exciting in-person session, which you can't register for yet, but you will be soon. It's on April 11th, and it's going to be at the Austin Public Library Carver branch. And we're partnering with Learning Without Tears to provide literacy training for families with young children to support handwriting. So we're really excited about that. So together, these actions reflect priority 5 or goal 5. In practice, we use the data to guide decisions. We partner with families, and we train teachers so they have the skills they need to support our students. So in closing, we just want to note that we have a continued commitment to staff training, academic excellence, and focusing on measurable outcomes. And this does conclude our presentation, and we are ready for questions.
Thank you all so much. There is a huge amount to report, so thank you for that. Do we have any questions?
Right at 45.
I think we may have no questions. I think you covered everything, and it was fantastic and
Thank
so
you.
comprehensive and really exciting. So much good work and such multifaceted work, so I'll look forward to the next update.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. All right, we will now recess the open meeting at 11:22 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we finish with the executive session, we will briefly return to the open session to possibly take action on agenda item 15.1 and to formally adjourn the meeting. The vote and the adjournment will be recorded and included in all replays of tonight's meeting. Thank you for joining us, and have a good evening. And thank you to all of our staff who was here. We will now reconvene the open meeting at 1:18 a.m. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
The meeting is adjourned at 1:18 a.m.